Doma, Doma! Ha 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 ha!
First,
Yo, hello. Hello, how's it going, everybody? Charlie, thank you so much for the 47 months. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. GG's again, by the way, on the Gargoyles kill Jules. Been having a good time watching the co-op run that y'all have been doing. How you doing? I'm pretty good. I'm a little sleepy today, but it's going. Yeah, I've been having a really good time with this Consumables only run though. Like, I haven't really been rushing through it or anything. It's been, you know, a slowish playthrough, but and I suppose at some point I will probably get back to the Ashes of War one. But like I said, at some point I will find some time to make another character or two or something for your PvP boss thingy, just to have some extra options there. But I do want to kind of like think about your incentive stuff a little bit in case I come up with any like good suggestions for you. But yeah, I was just here yesterday as well, so like the last thing that I did was the gargoyle fight, which I managed to do first try, but it was like super clench at the end because I had like run out of heals and I was down to like the tiniest sliver of HP when I finally finished the last gargoyle. It's definitely a little clutchy. But let's see. I did do like a whole bunch of like farming off stream again, so all of my stuff should be relatively decent here. This is largely what I've been using, by the way, Charlie, is just volcano pots are really good. Not that I'll use them in every situation, but the continuous damage they do is actually like pretty strong. Primarily I'm using like these two things, volcano pots and crystal darts, because they're the most easily like renewable thing that I can craft, and they're both like decently strong. And then kukris are nice, but they're obviously like a little bit slow to throw. And then fan daggers are always great, but also very expensive to buy, so I try to save them. The rest are for more like situational or just overflow if I run out of like the good stuff. And I haven't actually really been using the spark aromatics. I only kind of like just made some of these so I can use some aromatics. I was going to like try to use more buff aromatics, but I've noticed that most of the buffs that are like consumable based they just raise like your physical damage. And some of them don't really stack, so I had been kind of mostly just using Exalted Flesh for certain things, because I'll still get a little bit of damage up for things like kukri or whatever it is that I'm throwing that might just specifically do physical damage. But it's not otherwise super good for like the elemental damage from like your pots, or even like the damage from crystal darts, since that's technically magic. So but yeah, it's been a really fun run so far, and I'm going to continue it now. Let's finish up Nokron here. But yeah, I guess I'll end up doing like all of Alexander's questline in the long run. I'm still like not 100% sure if I'll end up doing like all bosses, but I've been kind of angling towards doing that. It'll obviously make this run kind of take a while before it's like fully finished if I go that route. But it does sort of sound fun to do it that way, and I'm already like at the point now where it probably won't take me a whole lot longer to actually just finish the game itself if I want to just do like an any percent sort of run. So that's just kind of one reason why I'm like leaning at least towards doing all bosses, just to kind of have a little extra bit of fun stuff to do. Gonna be shooting at me the whole time. that's maybe not the best trade. I'm so used to this, like, silver tier. She would just, like, fall off half the time. I don't know why, but, just as you're going, like, through this area, like, oftentimes she would just, like, randomly fall, like, if she spawned, like, relatively early. Still a little too early. Honestly, humanoid, you know, like tarnished type enemies are generally kind of the most annoying thing for this run, just because they input read everything you do. But that's just another reason why volcano pots are so good, because they don't damage you at all. And you can kind of just abuse the AI, since since the AI is going to abuse your inputs, you might as well just like throw a volcano pot at your feet and just let them walk into it. So this is like by far one of the best things that you can use for a lot of things on this run. Oops. Camera almost caused me to fall a little bit there. But yeah, let's see. How much do I actually have on me right now? I've got 677 volcanic stone in storage, so I did farm up like quite a bit, because that'll give us well, more than 300 to use throughout the stream today. So if I go through that many volcano pots, then it's probably because we either got stuck on something or we're just clearing a lot of stuff. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, I did my usual cracked crystal farming. I've got a bunch of crystal darts already stored, and I have an extra 373 cracked crystal on me for crafting on the fly, like such. And yeah, we're in pretty good shape for crafting materials for the time being. The other thing I noticed too, so I don't know how much I'm going to end up actually using perfumes. I really thought I would at least either use them for buffs or I would use them for spark aromatics, and not necessarily both. I suppose I could look into what poison spray mist gives us once we do something like the Shaded Castle, because we can get that recipe there. But I've noticed that like the materials that you need for almost every aromatic that I was leaning towards using is it either includes rare materials that we're going to have like an extreme limit on because we don't want to have to farm them because they just take they're much too much of a pain to farm, or it includes stuff like this, like Miranda powder, which is farmable but is also, you know, despite not being rare, is also just a pain in the ass to farm because I have to just, you know, kill way too many things for them because the drop rate is kind of shit. Plus I have to like spend a lot of resources just doing that anyway. Hey Shadok, let's fucking throw. How you doing, dude? It's good to see you. I'm still picking up silver tier husk as I go so that I can craft some uplifting aromatics or whatever if I want to, but like I said, I don't know how much of a priority we're going to ultimately make it. I guess we can get us a mimic tier. Why not? It's not like we're going to use it, but I still think like it would make sense if we really, really need the help. It would be potentially keeping within the spirit of the run to use the jar white, because only the jar white will only use pots. It's randomized what pots he uses at any given throw. And you'd think like the mimic tier would be acceptable if I only have items equipped, but the problem is that the mimic tier is likely to react like the boss version did, in which it'll likely just try to throw, or sorry, it'll likely, it might try to use an item here and there, but oftentimes it'll probably just try to throw punches instead. So that's going to make it kind of not really, you know, particularly viable for what we want. But I picked it up anyway. Helping my daughter build a Lego set. Oh, nice. What particular type of Lego set we talking here? I kind of, you know, I don't really have time for it at all these days. I was really big into Lego when I was a kid, like very young. I didn't really buy sets very often. We mostly just got lots of like just assortments of different things, and I would just build whatever the fuck that I wanted to. I mean, I was definitely into toys a lot as a kid, you know, at least until such a point in time that gaming just kind of took over toy stuff for me. Nice. But I don't know, like I keep seeing Lego stuff here and there every once in a while, and I just kind of like want to get back into it from time to time, because like Lego is not really designed to be just for like for kids. I think once upon a time it was, but it's like model building, you know, these days. Like they really want adults to be into it. And I can really see the appeal. My dad's wife still gets Lego collections and stuff here and there, which is why I end up seeing it, you know, where I do, especially because like I'll occasionally buy her like Lego stuff that she wants like around Christmas time or something like that. And she always likes building them and just kind of like putting them up in like a display cabinet or something like that. They always just like a lot like look like a lot of fun to build, so I don't know, maybe one of these days I'll do it again. It's like putting a puzzle together, you know, but with you know, with Lego. Also, hi Saros BRB. No worries, Charlie. No worries. Oh, hang on. Let me get rid of this notification real quick. There we go. Ooh, okay, that was an almost whoopsie daisy. I was just trying to click back into the game. My wife got me an Astro Boy set with half normal outsides and half showing the inside robot parts. Oh, cool. Not Lego brand, but high quality Japanese knockoff. Gotcha. That's still cool. You know, it's the same concept. Doesn't necessarily have to be name brand Lego to, you know, facilitate the same thing you enjoy about it or whatever. You think I'm walking down there with you alive, you're mistaken, stupid silver tier. Okay, I probably didn't need that last one, but... Alright. Thank you. I don't know if we'll ever really need to respec in this run. I thought that it would potentially be necessary, but... honestly, like, I'm pretty happy with where our stats have been going in this run. As much as they're, like, really spread out, they work well for what we're doing. With the exception, maybe, of, like, faith-based stuff, but honestly, like, Holy Pots, unless you're using, like, the Sacred Order, Shared Order, you know, Golden Epitaph type buffs that massively increase your damage against, and specifically holy damage against, specific undead targets, it's really hard to get like huge damage boosts out of stuff like holy pots or whatever, and holy damage of course is just not really great in the long run anyway, which is why I don't really care about leveling our faith any higher than 20. I think 20 is just gonna have to be good enough. But yeah, I was thinking of something else just now and I kind of forgot what it was. something had occurred to me while I was thinking about Lego. It was a completely different topic, but I don't remember. I can't recall. I feel like it maybe had something to do with Charlie's anniversary stuff, but I don't know. That might be just what I was thinking of earlier. Because I do want to put like some thought into some stuff. Probably my own anniversary as well as something I should be thinking about now since it's less than a month away. Especially because I would really like it if I didn't miss my own stream anniversary this year. The last 2 years I've missed it because I was just so busy. Oops, that's not good. Yeah, because you get all your health back again, so... Ooh, it's a little ouchy there, bud. Okay. I should not have really committed to that particular throw there, but it worked out. There we go. Hey, Wintermute, how's it going? Is this the throwing for content stream? Yes, exactly. Actually, I'll just let that replenish from storage. There's no more enemies down here for us to kill. We don't need to craft more yet. For some reason, this knockoff Lego treehouse is a secret toilet room. It's at the base of the tree. What? Secret toilet room. What are Lego gonna do with a Lego toilet? I don't know. Pseudo-realism, I suppose, but... Alright, now is there any reason why we would not want to get this right now and progress Ronnie's questline? We did Celovus's thing. We don't need anything from Padilla. We'll get his bell bearing anyway when he dies, or we can go pick it up, but we already got whatever ritual pot or whatever it was that he had on him. Blythe will go crazy, but that's fine. We don't need anything from him. I can't think of any reason why this would be a problem, so let's go ahead and do it. Posted a picture of it in Discord. Okay, hang on 1 second. I'll take a look. Yeah, what the fuck? Why is there a toilet? Okay. That's a little strange. You said it's a Japanese knockoff? Yeah, I guess. Maybe they just thought that it would seem weird, you know, without a toilet. It's a house, a dwelling. It should have a toilet with heated seats. Alright, we are done here. Just grab this other little husk. And yep, that's probably good enough for now. I don't think there's anything else we need in Siofra at all. Sorry, Shifra. We got the Ancestral Infant's head. We don't really need to kill the red dog. We killed all of the 3 of the bosses on this layer. So we can kind of just like go to Ainsel River here after a bit if we want to. Like either version of it, honestly, would be fine. Deeper depths we're going to want to go to at some point, probably. Which also means we should probably continue Fia and Dee's quest line just to get that, like, done. So that way, if we want to do all bosses, we can still do Lich Dragon. 40 secs.
I don't believe I'm known as Deed, those who live all the more, unless you... Well, with a prowess... How would you... If you're inclined, then I'll intrigue. I have a matter in the beast. What say you? Very well. I've marked the... It will lead you... What is it? The map...
I'm not trying to talk to you right now. I'm trying to rest. Okay. That's done. Crafting is already taken care of. Let's go talk to Fia a while. I've barely spoken to anyone here. I haven't had any reason to talk to Hugalik at all.
I am circumstance great champ. Perhaps you might doing so well. And you, do you think it where I come from? Ah.
Like, I might have talked to him about Roderica, maybe? I'm not sure if I did, but...
You are...
Wow.
Very warm.
Her face is just all up in my jar.
What you felt, though it is, but come back, I will take... I am pleased. Would you like the blessing is... Would you like to... Now, come closer.
Try this again. See if we'll get the weathered dagger thing right away. We might have to rest first, I forget.
You are so... I was after I lay to do so before I was away. Pray, despite so plea. My dear, might I? Could you please? It's a very... So I would... Then good day.
Alright, no problem. That's all taken care of. Stand on up. Extra slow. Just gonna go ahead and get rid of that. The Baldachin's Blessing is a consumable, which means we can technically actually use it for stuff if we really want to, but I'm just using it to get rid of it. So we don't have the health debuff. Right, let's just go ahead and talk to D now.
What is it? The map indicates where it will lead you. Well, how did you... Well, I know very... Why don't I... Good work.
Greetings, my name isn't this the round table? I never knew, although I'm still looking. It's all a bit, I'm still looking.
I should probably check Stormhill Shack after this. I don't know if she will have left her golden seed there or not, because we didn't give her the Chrysalids memento before she came here.
Find the stolen, and now, though I ask, I am Harkrown. We live in what right? Our Lord.
Let's check one or two things real quick. It's not like we really need to advance a lot of quest lines, but sometimes I just like doing them just to check them off my sort of mental checklist of game progression here. golden seed. Yes, okay, there it is. And also I want to go back here really quick. Well, for two things here. I don't remember if he'll still be here or not. I think he will. But I want to see if I can still give Dee's brother Dee's armor set. Just for the heck of it. Okay. That part's done. Now I just want to like ride the coffin. Take a little coffin ride over here. I don't know that we're going to do this other underground area next, but I just want to make this little connection point here while we're here, and then we can decide what we want to do. But we've still got to finish up Altus. If I'm doing all bosses, then obviously at some point we're going to have to kill Rykard, and doing that with consumables only is probably going to be really difficult, or possibly, well, it might not even be possible. I honestly don't know. That might be the one exception to the game. Because I don't think we'll have any problem hitting Rykard generally. My concern is that he's just going to have too much health for us to actually kill him. But I don't know. That we could run into the same problem with Radagon and Elden Beast, but knowing that people have successfully completed consumables only before, I'm assuming that's not going to be a problem. Now, maybe with buffs, like outside of consumables, we might have enough anyway. That does kind of like go against what I was trying to do originally, but I did say that I was open to using stuff like the Jellyfish Shield or the Golden Epitaph or anything like that for a potential weapon buff if we feel like we really need it. So for something like Rykard, that might come up, but we'll see. Alright, so let's see. I guess we could also go talk to Garank really quick just to get that out of the way. And we are definitely at a point now where if we wanted to start doing all boss stuff, we could just start coming back to some of this early game stuff and just knocking it out really quickly. Which might be like nice to do if we want like a breather from anything that's like later game that's just kind of tough. But we don't necessarily need to make it all happen like right now or right away. Or all together even. Let's see, how much death root do I even have here? Currently 2. We could wait and just give it to him once we have like a bunch or even potentially all of it. Rather than trying to start giving it to him piecemeal. We might be close to another flask charge here. Hey, Anna, how's it going? Good to see you. How are you today? You're having a good day. We have 3, so that's definitely not going to be enough. Not on its own, anyway. Alright, where do we want to go? We never did Castlemore, we have not done like a bajillion dungeons. Nearly all of the dungeons we just haven't really done. We've done a handful of them here and there, but I would like to do the Shaded Castle. I guess we could just do that now as like the next thing. It should be relatively challenging to fight Elimer with this stuff, so because we can't we can keep our distance from him a little bit, but we can't really keep a far distance, so we're gonna have to be hopefully decent on our dodge game. Got dang perfumers. What the fuck? Where's he going? Okay. Is there a perfume bottle here? No, it's golden urn for this. I know there's more perfume bottles, at least one, in the castle. I just forget which one's which. Free poison darts I'll definitely take. I'm doing alright, although cold and exhausted. My sister left yesterday. It's really cold outside, and my heating system isn't enough, so I'm playing Fallout in a cover and my lower body and a blanket on my upper body. Gotcha. Well, I hope that you can stay relatively warm. I have been there. Not that I normally get like super cold super often, but like I've been in a cold house with no heat before and had to just kind of, you know, make do with lots of layers, or just, you know, bundling up in whatever's around. It's not where I thought I was gonna throw that because I was turning my camera, but this is what I mean, though. We're definitely gonna be able to, like, or we can definitely run through our volcano pot stores like very quickly, or rather, more specifically, our volcanic stone stores. I farmed up like close to 600, but you know, I feel like it's going to be pretty easy for us to go through like 300 volcano pots pretty quickly. satisfying though. Let's see. Over here first. Alright, those things are not particularly worth killing. At least not with this. Let's see what this is like on you. Just do the usual run around, I think. Give me some more of those. I should not have rolled. That was a little foolish. It's okay. We've got neutralizing boluses. It'll be fine. Just a little bit of poison. These assholes get too many fucking heals, man. Hey, hello, my cacao. How's it going? How's everyone's weekend? Pretty good for me so far. I'm a little tired today, but been good otherwise. He was like hiding in the corpse of that slug for half a second there. Couldn't see where the fuck that he went. I was not really expecting perfumers to put up as much of a fight as they, you know, depraved perfumers anyway, to be putting up as much of a fight as they have been. They're a little on the resistant side to the fire damage, I think, is part of it. The annoying part, of course, being that they heal, but... Not to mention they do have a little bit of a counter to what I can do, which is that they have their own ranged bullshit to match my ranged bullshit, but, not bad, can't complain, although work is trying to get me to work today. I feel you. So much air traffic lately. I know I've been like complaining on it about it on stream a lot lately because it's been happening a lot every time I fucking stream. And I know you guys can't really like hear it, but it's just always fucking there, man. Again, you would expect this, you know... Oh, nice, I got some Miranda powder there. You would expect this for, you know, from someone living near an airport or practically right next to an airport, but it's not going to reach as much as well as I want it to. It's better. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird just because, like, it just seems like, I don't know if it's like a certain time of year sort of thing, but sometimes it just feels like there's not much in the way of noise coming from planes and shit overhead, just, you know, despite living next to an airport. And then every once in a while, it just, certain particular time of a month maybe, or a week or whatever, where it just seems to be happening a lot. Got some Miranda powder for me? You should. Oh, you... Okay. Hit me with the grubs right there. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. It's not been too bad most of the time, but just lately it's just like plane after plane after plane. I feel like I don't notice it if it's like some little deal, you know, small plane kind of thing, but there's just been like a lot of like big airliner things, you know, lately. It's not even like it's a big airport. It's a pretty small airport actually, but it's not like tiny though either, so they definitely do get like some big traffic through there. Okay. Second level. I'm curious how Elmer is going to behave for us with this sort of setup, because I'm sure we can hit him relatively well with volcano pots. You know, as far as like his overall movement is concerned, but he's not going to give us a lot of time to actually throw shit at him, because Elmer in general is one of those enemies that just really loves to not give you time to use items at all, and he does input read you as well, so... I mean, most things are... The game is kind of input reading you all the time, obviously. I just mean, like, certain enemies react to your inputs in a way that we refer to as input reading, but, whereas enemies like these guys, for example, generally won't react to your inputs. They just kind of are doing their own thing whenever they want to do their own thing. We should be getting kind of close to another level, though. And I think, did we, like, just start leveling strength again, or... Yeah, we did. I work in IT and they're complaining about something that doesn't matter and want me to go in. Yeah, I've been there a bunch. Especially in my old IT job, but definitely even in my current line of work, it does happen. Is it an international airport? Because they tend to use big ass planes for international. So not like, not really, no. They do get like some planes just from like across the country, but not like internationally, I don't believe. I could be wrong, but it's like, it's landscape wise, it's a big enough airport, but it's not like a massive airport. It's more medium sized, or like somewhere in between. It's not what you would generally think of as like a tiny airport, but it's definitely not like very big. So it's a little bit more kind of like regional. People will kind of lay over here a lot, or they'll, if they're leaving from here, they'll likely end up at like a bigger airport as like a layover, and then go the rest of the way from there. It's literally logs. They want me to go in to pull logs, something I can do on a Monday. Yeah. No, I definitely feel you on all that. There were a lot of things that I was very relieved to not have to do when I left my old IT job anymore, because it was very frequent for me to just randomly get, what felt like very stupid tasks to do. Not to say that none of it was unimportant, or sorry, that that all of it was like unimportant or anything like that, or that every sort of task like that. Excuse me. Hold on. I don't know why he's barking. I don't know. I wouldn't say that like every particular task like that was unimportant, but in general, sometimes, because I would also do things like, aside from support and like certain network admin stuff and various things, I also would develop things there as well, including course materials to be able to train people with, and I would train them myself. And so anytime like a random thing came up where they're like, hey, there's this program that we've been trying to get like our sales department to use, or our customer service department to use to keep better track of our customers. So like some sort of like customer management tool. But one that they paid a bunch of money for and nobody fucking liked using it. Instead of saying, okay, we hear you guys, we're going to have to take this one on the chin. It sucks that we paid for it, but we'll use something better instead, 'cause this, this service sucks. Instead of going that route, they're just like, well, we have to justify our purchase. So, what we need to do is just train people how to use it better so they can just stop complaining about why it sucks so bad. So I remember at one point they were like demanding that I just do tons of research on this, which is a tool that I had never used before. I had no background with whatsoever, and they were just kind of like, you're gonna learn how to use this. There's like, our customer service people hate it, but we have like one or two sales guys that use it and like using it for certain things, because it helps them like keep notes on some of their clientele and stuff like that, or whatever. So you're gonna like shadow, or not shadow, but like, we'll have one of our sales guys kind of walk you through it, and then you can develop course materials to train our customer service people for it, etc. And I remember just being like, okay, I guess. But then like, so the sales guy that tried to walk me through it barely knew what the fuck he was talking about. He did use it, and he quote unquote liked using it, but I don't know why, because the program was so fucking cumbersome and unintuitive and barely fucking readable half the time. And it's not even something that typically a salesperson would use in the way that they were using it. It didn't really even make a lot of sense. And I was just kind of like, the bar must be like so insanely low for you, because I don't understand why you think this is a good product. Like, this thing is not really meant to be used the way you're using it. There are ways you could potentially use it this way with, if you set up a lot of shit on the back end of it. But you're just kind of using it to keep like a big old list of clients and like, have like, relational data in there about them that allow you to then kind of keep all of the information that you want to be able to pull up on the fly about them. So if you're going to go visit a client or something like that, you already know, some things about them, if, because you service a lot of clients or whatever. You can just kind of like get to their details quickly. I'm just like, but if you got to go like 6 menus deep just to find some shit like that, without just from the fucking front end, be able to just search up something that you need, that's tailored specific to your use. It's already not suited well to what you're using it for. And even if we could tailor it better to be used that way for you, if it requires just like an insane amount of work to set something like that up, it's already not a very good product. And, you know, so not only was it kind of not good for the salespeople, and the guy who was trying to train me how to use it didn't know how to really teach it all, or what would be important to really show, nor did he really understand the program itself. He just kind of used it in a very minimal functionality. For what they wanted me to do to be able to teach the customer service people to use, meant that I would have to basically kind of reverse engineer and pick apart the entire program to try to figure out exactly what it is they could do with it that they would, you know, be expected to be able to use it for in such a way that would actually somehow be useful and productive for them when they take like phone calls with clients or whoever is contacting them, you know, while they're doing customer service. And it was a fucking nightmare. And I remember just, you know, this was not like an unimportant task, obviously. It was kind of a big thing, but I remember just like coming back to them and just being like, are you sure we can't do just like literally anything but this? I know you spent money on this, but this is money that you're going to have to just be okay with having spent and not getting back, because this program fucking sucks. It is not meant to be used like this, and it's even for what it's meant to be used for, it's pretty bad. There's so much shit out there that's better than this thing. So yeah, having had worked in IT, I definitely understand the feeling of, you know, in one shape or another, and I've been given plenty of like just dumb bullshit tasks, of course, too, but I definitely know the feeling of just having, you know, whether it's a superior, you know, someone in your department or some other department that oversees yours or whatever, just demanding that you do some sort of random bullshit for whatever reason because they believe it's going to help their thing or someone else's thing there, or that it's important, but it's otherwise not really your thing to be doing or something you should even need to do right now. I've definitely been there. I've had to, the president of that company, president slash CEO, used to kind of like barely ever be in the building or do much of any real work to begin with. But every once in a while he would do these little drive-by things where he'd show up, and he would occasionally go to like big conferences to make presentations. But of course, other than like the general gist of what he wanted the presentation to be, he didn't really want to do a lot of the work himself. So he would instead put one of our women from marketing on making the presentation for him. And she was really good at her job, but there would be occasions where she'd need like help with a thing or two that I had expertise in. So I would always get roped into this shit. And so like here I am, like as a fucking IT guy making a goddamn PowerPoint presentation for the president and CEO because he's too goddamn lazy to do it himself. Manager sounds like an asshole. Oh yeah, that guy sucks. Like I said, he wasn't even just a manager. He was the president and CEO of the company. Basically, he married into it. The original like owner of the company had effectively kind of given the company to his daughter, and you know, once he kind of got old enough to kind of just retire, because it started off as like a smaller sort of business, and then it expanded into it was like an automotive thing. I don't want to get like super specific with it, but then they expanded into like a remanufacturing business, which is, you know, when I ended up joining, they were already kind of like pretty well into that side of things. Lock on, please. Anyway, I don't miss working for that company at all. There, when I first started, I didn't even start in IT. I had applied to work in IT when I first started there, but they didn't really have any IT positions open. So I started off as a technician in their remanufacturing department, and then later got moved into IT when they were expanding their operation because they knew that I had expertise there. So I worked in IT for the most of the time that I worked, like most of the years that I worked at that job, I was in IT. But the thing is, like, I generally started on like the remanufacturing side, which was like a whole nother building next to the main building. And I mostly liked the atmosphere there for a long time, but I didn't really know what the atmosphere was like in the main building for a long time until I started supporting both sides with IT and realizing that it was a lot more like corporate and dead in the other building. No real like camaraderie or liveliness to it, and slowly but surely, because this fucking barely ever show up CEO would and the rest of the ownership group didn't like the way that the remanufacturing side didn't feel like their company because they were never there and never fucking doing anything. They eventually fired the guy who was running that side of their business, who was a friend of mine, and was the main reason why that particular building felt so friendly to work in, because that was a guy who most people would probably love to work under as like a manager slash boss or whatever, because he's the type of guy that actually gives a shit for his employees and, you know, will talk to you and, you know, make sure that things are going well for you if you're fitting in, etc. And has like a genuine interest in seeing you, you know, thrive. Whether it's at this job or another job, he's just like, I don't necessarily expect you to work here forever, but, you know, I want you to find the best fit here if you can, and just generally be like, you know, treat you like a human being instead of just like an employee with a number or some shit. So, and he was really good for business for them because he knew what the fuck he was doing and he gave a shit about his employees, but they fired him for that, basically. Because it was all politics. They didn't like the fact that, you know, he made things feel like it was not their business because he wasn't doing things their way. Which was just dumb bullshit. You mean like a manager? Well, how a manager should be. Is how he was, but it's certainly not how most managers in the U.S., at least in jobs that I've worked in, normally act. Most of them suck, to be perfectly frank, because most people who do that job don't know how to do that job, and they think that being in a role of authority just means to kind of, you know, that you just are in power over other people, and therefore they just have to do whatever the fuck you say, and you don't have to treat them like a human being, and what the fuck ever, you know. I'm not saying that's like everyone who ends up in a management position. There's obviously plenty of people who get it, but there's a lot of people that end up in management positions who are just straight dickbags when they end up there. All right, I guess it's about Elmer time. I think we got everything else that we needed while we were in here. But yeah, by the time I left that company, like, they had already, like, completely changed a bunch of shit on the remanufacturing side. Their turnover rate had increased, like, a ton after they fired the guy who was running the place. And just overall, the atmosphere had changed to match more of that, like, the main building, and it was not really a fun place to work. And I didn't really, like, I was happy enough to, like, kind of do support related type stuff to help certain people, but, like, there were often just days where I wouldn't say I ever, like, dreaded going to work. Like, it was an easy enough job, but it didn't exactly feel like a fun place to be. And I did not like ever communicating with anyone in the ownership group or upper management because they were all assholes. They all felt like they were superior and elite to basically everyone that worked underneath them, and really tried to make that apparent for one reason or another. And towards the end, I was just like, I cannot fucking wait to get the fuck out of here. And that company was going to shit anyways, because there was one guy who was like their head of engineering, but he didn't know really what the fuck he was. He was not really an engineer himself. He was just the manager of the department, and had some other title there. But this guy had made so many bad decisions for the company, it was constantly losing them money. But for whatever reason, he was just never being, politely let go or anything for this, which always gave the rest of us the indication that this guy probably had like some dirt on the president and CEO. He's got some sort of picture of him, I don't know, in flagrante delicto with somebody else maybe. Because I mean, I take it they were like friends, but I'm just like, this is a guy who's constantly losing you money and pissing people off at this company. I don't understand why he still works here and is in a position of like, power as well. But anyway, also, hey Winterheart, how's it going? The chain of command is the chain I beat you with until you follow my command. Sincerely, the management. Yeah, pretty much. My boss / manager is a really great guy, thankfully. Yeah. Depending on where things go with, my company, and whatever other like business endeavors that I do, I've always kind of just like aspired to, if I have people working under me, to, make sure that they feel like they're not just like an employee, but like, they're a part of something. If they want to just treat it as a job, that's okay too. Like obviously it's nice to have a little bit of enthusiasm, but I'm not going to like give you a hard time over it. It just might not be the best fit for you to work there long term if you aren't interested in working there, if that makes sense, Runes for the poor. How's it going, butt dirt? So you're well into gray sweatpants season? Where are you keeping all them consumables? Yeah, some in the pants, some in the jar. We can only double fist so many things. I guess we don't really need much. I guess we'll craft one more volcano pot. It's probably going to be the best thing to use against Elmer, although I don't know how well this is going to go, so we'll see. All right. Here goes nothing. Or should I... No, I was going to say I should probably level up first, but there's nowhere really to level close by. Not that it would take us long to get back here, but did I miss the... Maybe not. I was thinking I missed a grace, but not sure that I did. Okay, here goes. Yep. Yeah, you would do that fucking switch up bullshit. Okay, one problem with the volcano pot. We can't fucking see what the hell he's doing sometimes. And I need to be able to, like, see his hands in order to properly dodge some of those medium-range telekinetic attacks, so we're gonna have to, like, still try to stay sort of close to him. This is gonna be a rough fight, I think. I don't really care too much if I lose my runes, but I'm gonna try not to. But hopefully I don't get, like, mega stuck on him like I did with the Ash of War run, because that was painful. want you to do the follow-up because I can punish it better. What? Okay. That did not seem improperly rolled, but... Did he delay that? What the fuck? I feel a little bit robbed on that one. I got hit not once, but twice by something that didn't feel like it was done in the right timing, but... I'm sure I just mistimed my roll on the second one. The first one, that slam that hit me felt cheap, because that didn't actually seem like it should have hit me there, but... I guess it did. Okay, there was supposed to be a throw there. I suppose it's not the worst thing that it didn't happen, but... Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Elamir does not really give you time to do much of anything, so... I definitely pressed roll in the right time there, but I was stuck in the animation of recovering still, so... Okay, again, my throw just got ignored. Again? Okay, okay. I swear to God, he can fucking hold his shit sometimes. It doesn't seem like he should be able to, but it comes out slower than you expect. And I feel like I know the timings pretty well. Like, I've always had this problem with him. I don't know if he has, like, an actual variable timing, or if it's just that he can actually kind of, like, do a little mini pause before he follows up with an attack. Craft before I came in here. Okay, if you say so. Couldn't do anything. What? Fuck off. Of course, he went the other way with it, because that just happens sometimes. What? Where'd my roll go? I should have been able to move by then. There's no roll for some reason. Oh, it's the same fucking problem. I don't like I just generally kind of don't like this boss very much. I like his design, but it's just, if you fight him with anything other than super fucking fast attacks, he just hits you, like, no matter what you do. Either that or you just do the slowest fight imaginable, because you just have to wait forever for the safest fucking attacks to actually do something with. Fuck you. I fucking hate your moveset. Sometimes it's such bullshit. Fuck off, game. If you could just stop doing these stupid holds, man, and let me dodge it in the right fucking timing, please. Good God. I keep getting him down to like nothing, and then some stupid bullshit happens. Genuinely one of my least favorite bosses in the game. It's unfortunate, you know, but they designed everything that he does to be like the worst fucking roll catch imaginable. Couldn't fucking see anything, so of course. Shouldn't have hit me. He held it. If, you know, if he was consistent, this wouldn't be a problematic fight in any way. The way they designed him is to be, you know, I have 20 different moves, and of those moves, I can weave nearly all of them into the same combo. Not all together, but I can switch out. Instead of doing the same 3-hit combo, I can actually do up to like a 5-hit combo, but the different attacks that I have can be the different parts of that combo, which makes it completely inconsistent when you're trying to follow along with what he's doing. You know, the only time he's like at least relatively consistent is when you're right on top of him, because he's more likely to just do specific like 3-hit combos or the shield attack or, you know, whatever. And he still fucking holds it from time to time, but that went through you apparently. That really should not have hit me. There was supposed to be a throw there. Input got ignored again. Yeah, just keep doing your stupid shield slam and we'll be fine. At least when it doesn't randomly fucking miss for any goddamn reason. Okay, of course that hit me and missed. But you don't ever want to be this fucking far away from him, because then he does this fucking shit. Couldn't do anything. Come on, stop holding it, man. Alright, we didn't get stuck on him for as long as we did with Ashes of War at the very least, but good god, what a fucking terrible design. Fighting him out, like, in the open is not really too bad. The other thing that just makes this fight stupid is this room. This room is really kind of awful for the fight. All of the random debris just gets in the way. You have no... Unless he happens to be at one end of the room for whatever reason for a long time, you can't really outspace any of his attacks properly. Which just makes him, like, extra annoying for no reason. Alright, let's go... Let's start leveling strength again a little bit, and then we'll go back to probably mostly just dex and int for the rest of the run. I mean, we'll probably want to level a little bit of vigor, I guess, just so that we're getting one shot a little bit less. I don't think we need anything from you. You give the Great Horn thingy-majig and the Talisman that restores your FP a little bit, which we don't need, so... But yes, thank you for the GGs. Again, sorry for the complaints. I was hoping... I mean, it did technically go better than the Ash of War one. It didn't go as well as I had hoped, but... It's not even a matter of just doing it in, like, one try. I just always feel so fucking cheated on this boss fight so often. Suffice to say, I'm not particularly good at the fight. Like, I will 100% just admit that I'm not great at it, but in general, like, I've had enough practice with this guy that I feel like it shouldn't be that bad. He just, this room, the way he can just do stupid variable combo shit just to trip you up, like, intentionally, it's intentionally designed that way, is just, like, really fucking annoying. Hey, Dodo, how's it going, dude? How you feeling today? Let's see if this is enough for 2 levels. It might only be enough for 1. Yep, we're still a surprisingly large amount shy, but it does start to go up a fair bit at this point, so we need 1,600, or a little more over than 1,600 probably, so... One of these, and one of the little boys, too. I have a problem with this too, with him too, and Sis also had a bit of a rough time with him the other day. Yeah. I mean, there's likely people who can do this fight better. Obviously, people do it no hit. I just have never, like, quite... I didn't write the strategy for him. That's not entirely true. I actually did write the strategy for him initially, but I understand how you're meant to do the attacks. I'm just bad at pulling it off. But moreover, I really fucking just dislike the fight's design overall. Because he's just... I don't like that he can switch his combo mid-combo to a different combo. It's not entirely random. It's based on your position. Well, usually. Because if you're right on top of him, he's a lot more consistent most of the time. But if you start to go even a little bit away from him, sometimes he'll follow up, like, his first melee or even telekinetic attack with, like, a different sort of diagonal down sweep, which has a slower speed and is very easy to catch you out, which is why, like, you always want to stay, like, at one particular distance when fighting him if you can, just to try to always have the exact same moves coming at you. Because if your position or your distance away from him changes, that's what causes his combo to switch up as he's, like, attacking you. But it's really hard to keep a distance when you're just, or like maintain a specific distance when you're just dodging in this fight. If you parry him, or even if you just block him, this fight actually becomes much easier, assuming that you can block him and not take too much damage. You still want to dodge things like the drill attack, but in general, like, parrying him is by far one of the best strategies to use against him. I just can't parry because that's not this run. But when you do parry him, he's a lot fucking easier. You can't parry certain attacks, but, you know, the ones that you can't parry, you just dodge, and then the ones that you can, which is most of the rest of his attacks, you just parry them, and then he's easy. But if you can only dodge, his shit just goes all over the fucking place, which is annoying. Anyway, Alan's, how's it going? Welcome in. Spot Lies of P, Sekiro, and Elden Ring for 120. Nice, nice. I hope you enjoy all three. Good games. A little bit better, I think. My headache is still there, but less so. All right, well, I hope that you feel, you know, kind of back to normal soon. Feel better overall. What should I play first? Well, have you played any other Souls games, like specifically FromSoft stuff, not just Souls-likes, but Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2 or 3, Bloodborne, any of those? Played Elden Ring a little bit and Demon Souls. Yeah, so Elden Ring is really challenging at parts of it, but is probably the most like easy to get into. It's also the longest of any of them, so there is that to consider. But it's probably like, you know, if you're kind of looking at it from a more entry level standpoint, it's probably the easiest one to start with. Sekiro and Lies of P are a little bit more similar in certain ways, in that they are built more around perfect guard concepts. You know, now mind you, I absolutely love Sekiro. It's a great game, but you know, it's not so much like an RPG like this where you can kind of just do a variety of builds. It's sort of just one kind of character, one sort of general concept. You can switch out a couple of different things with like prosthetics, but for the most part, it's just one sort of combat style, and it's really good. It's super fine-tuned because it's one combat style. But, you know, a lot of the gameplay is based around either doing stealth stuff or just high-intensity combat stuff, and a lot of that requires that you, like, pick up, you know, learning how to parry a lot, in like, rhythm-esque timing. So... And I'll say this, whichever one you do end up starting with, like, by the time you do get to Sekiro, especially if you start with something like Elden Ring first, if you end up dodging a lot, you're going to end up having muscle memory, probably, to want to try to dodge in a game like Sekiro, and dodging is most of the time not favorable over parrying. It's more likely to actually get you hit. So you just kind of, you have to be willing to give yourself some time to learn when it comes to Sekiro, because it's often kind of hard for a lot of people to get it to click with them at first, especially if you have Souls game experience. So again, that one could also be another one that could be good to start with, just so you don't have that muscle memory ahead of time, but just be aware that it is, like, you know, obviously meant to be a challenging game. So thinking Lies of P, Sekiro, Elden Ring. Lies of P will likely be one of the hardest to initially start, in terms of, you know, once you start getting into like some of the boss fights, but it does a decent enough job of explaining what you're meant to do when it comes to its perfect guard system. It's just that it has the least forgiving window of perfect guards. However, they did improve the dodging in Lies of P, so if you don't like perfect guarding, you can kind of dodge more now. But it's not a bad one to start with, so you could definitely go Lies of P. Sekiro will likely feel a little easier if you do Sekiro second, at least in certain regards, in terms of the whole parrying type stuff. And then if you go Elden Ring after that, then it'll feel a little bit different, but that's certainly a fine order to go in if that's what you're feeling. I don't know, because Elden Ring is getting old. Getting old in the sense that it's feeling old for you because you've played it some, or do you mean the game itself, like the age of the game? Because Lies of P is newer, but Sekiro is far older than Elden Ring in that regard. Try Lies of P, and if it's very hard, I'm going to Elden Ring. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Let's see. We did pick up the crafting recipe for poison. Well, no, it's just the blood boil aromat. No, there it is. Poison spray mist. It still requires Miranda powder. If it didn't, I would consider just using this as a reliable source of poison, but the Miranda powder is just going to probably just continue to be an issue. Because I think there's only one other aromatic we can get, which is the acid spray mist, which is not really, like, that's more of a debuff than anything else. It's not super useful. So we're probably just going to ignore that one. We've got some spark aromatics we can use here and there. That'll just have to do for if we just feel like we need the extra damage for some reason. Otherwise, I'm just going to save it. All right, so next we could do... What do we want to do? I don't want to lose interest in Elden Ring, but I want to start with Lies of P. I mean, honestly, you should just play, you know, whatever you feel like the urge to play. And there's nothing wrong with, like... I get that, like, some people, they like to finish a game before they start another game, but there's not really anything wrong with doing a couple of games consecutively, or simultaneously, I mean. Like, if you just kind of alternate between them. So if you start to feel a little bit burnt out on Elden Ring, you can always go back to Lies of P, or vice versa. That whole sort of deal. They're all big enough games to kind of warrant that sort of treatment anyway. Especially Elden Ring. Since it's a pretty massive game. Alright, I gotta think about where I'm going next. Where I want to go. We kind of just did the Shaded Castle to do it. I guess we are gonna do all bosses. It's a little daunting for consumables only, but I just feel like we've been kind of doing a lot of optional shit anyway, so we might as well just start, like, kind of checking things off as I feel like it. In which case, we should probably do some of the early game stuff. Can I see how huge the map is? So the map's not fully explored, but I can tell you that there's, like, a few other regions this way. Like, one more big, like, kind of landmass, which has 2 regions in it. And then there's a couple of, like, places, like, over here and here that's not connected to the main sort of, like, continent thing. And then there's the whole underground map as well, which has, like, this area, and then there's one, like, over here. One up here, and then there's another one sort of over here. So, yeah, it's pretty big. And that doesn't even include the DLC that's to come out yet, which is also supposed to be pretty massive. So, yeah, this game is gigantic, which is why it's another one that I'm saying can be a good one to just kind of get into, and then if you feel like you're getting a little burnt out on it or something, just take a break from it and go play something else and then come back to it. You know? Because that does happen. You obviously don't have to do everything in the game if you don't want to, but it's a huge game. So, I also just remembered we need to go back here. Finish Randy's questline. How much do you think the DLC will be? It's not going to be free, I'm sure. So, I assume, if you're talking price, I assume it's going to be $20 or $40. One of the two. I don't think it'll be, like, you know, the price of a whole full game, like the normal, like, you know, $60 US or $70 or whatever. 40 is kind of likely, I think, but it, you know, if they want it to be, like, on the cheaper end, I could see 20. I don't think it's going to be cheaper than 20, because my understanding is that it's going to be very massive, so it's likely that they'll up the price a bit for it, but you know, 40 is too much because that's 4/6 of the game. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it, you know, and it might not be that much. I'm just saying, like, at the top end, it could be 40. I just suspect that it won't be less than 20. So 20, 30, 40, one of those three. All right, I need to go up and talk to Ronnie.
Not blood. Even in my... It is in thy... My thanks soon must... My strange... I am sir. I must thank you. May it was but... What I too...
Alright, well, we did kill Miriam the first time, so we can go back to the Carrion Inverted Tower, which, you know, sure, we could... Sorry, the study hall, but We could definitely do that if we want now. For the heck of it. Oh, actually, hang on. Sorry, let me make one more little detour over here since she's doing her thing quick. When do you think it's gonna release? My money is on a May or June release. There was a big old supposed leak that said that it would likely be February. I just feel like February is probably too soon for what they've advertised this thing as being in terms of its overall size and stuff. Just what I've generally heard. So I'm expecting it to be a little bit later. I don't know that it'll be super late in the year, though. I feel like that might be too long, and I know that they're probably going to want to capitalize on something soon. So I just don't know that they could have it out by the time of the game's anniversary. Like, for it to be like a February release, I feel like that might be too soon. It could come out then. I think it's just more likely for it to be later. So I would expect like April, May, June or something. When you need to guide work... Wait, when you need to guide work, yeah, for Horizon, for instance, do you get the game and maybe even the console you got to play it on? Well, they won't, like, buy me a console. In terms of playing it, when it came to writing the Horizon Forbidden West strategy guide, we had, PS5 dev kits, so I was given a dev kit, which they still have to purchase, technically, but they're Sony proprietary things, so obviously there's a lot of security involved with those. So I was able to play the game on that, or at least eventually when we actually had a working PS5 build. Because originally we had to do the work on the PS4 build, which we had gotten through like a private version of like the PS Now stuff, so it was effectively streaming, which made it like kind of, unfortunately, kind of shit quality. But it was good enough for us to work with for writing the strategy guide initially. Just it took a while to get a PS5 build, despite us actually having dev kits for a while. Now, as far as like, would they buy me a console? No. If I need a peripheral for a console, for example, like they had a weird rule about the PS4 streaming thing, for example, because so obviously you could only get into it a specific way, but you also, as a requirement, had to have a PS4 webcam hooked up to the PS4 in order to get into it. And that's because they were doing the same thing with their playtesters. They wanted to be able to get reactions for people playtesting. But for our sake of it, they didn't care about seeing our reactions because we were just supposed to work on the guide. However, it was a rule for some reason that we had to at least have a camera hooked up as a way of weeding out people who weren't supposed to be potentially on it if someone somehow got access to it. So we were allowed to just point a camera at the wall or something, but what this meant is that we had to have a PS4 camera hooked up if you were doing this on the PS4, and I didn't own a PS4 webcam. So, for example, Future Press just, I purchased one, they reimbursed me for it, is how that worked. Because, yeah, they didn't want me to, like, have to buy it just to do the work, That's a company expense. I would love like June maybe because I spent a lot on these three. Yeah, it'll probably be a while. I would expect something around there. It could even be later. It could be earlier, but I feel like February is, to me, it feels too soon. Like that's already like a month away. Like I realized that the DLC was announced a long time ago and people have been jonesing for it forever. So February feels like, oh, it's about damn time. But I just, to me, in their development cycle, I feel like it's going to take longer. Some security. Oh, you have no idea. Like the dev kits themselves have a lot of security around them, so even for us to have them and get access to being able, because those have to be activated like monthly or something like that. Just to make sure that if they somehow fall into the wrong hands, that, you know, other people don't just try to like do shit with them. But yeah, we had to do like all kinds of little security hurdles to jump through or over to for them to allow us to do all this in the first place, like for on Sony's side of things specifically. But yeah, for something like Elden Ring, on the other hand, because it was cross-platform, we had the option of using a dev kit for it, but I just requested the PC version because it's easier for me. Thinking of buying Baldur's Gate 3, but I think it's just not for me. That's understandable. I really like Baldur's Gate 3 a lot, but it's definitely not going to be everybody's cup of tea. It's also another very massive game, so there is that. Okay, really quick, before I continue, we will talk to Ronnie and stuff, but I am going to just run to the bathroom like really quick, y'all, so just give me like 1 minute and then I will be RP. All right, I am back. Sorry for the wait. My roommate had also just gotten back right then, so I had to let the dog out and everything. Just took me a second to make sure because she was making a bunch of noise outside, and I wasn't sure if it was my landlord still like coming back to maybe move some shit or what. Anywho. It's logical, right? You don't want uncleared eyes on their product because, let's be honest, look at the GTA 6 leak. People were negative about it because it didn't look good. That's the way games are in development. Oh yeah, for sure. Anyone who makes the claim that graphics are like the first thing they develop are high off their own ass because, you know, assuming they're not trolling, because it's literally one of the, I wouldn't say it's one of the last things entirely that get developed. It depends on the game. But when I worked on Horizon, or the Horizon Forbidden West guide specifically, they gave us access in a very early build of the game, so well before anything even considered alpha. So a lot of the game was unfinished, including much of the graphics. So a lot of assets weren't in the game, a lot of textures weren't loaded, a lot of things didn't run super great. So like mostly the machines operated okay, but you know, Aloy looked a little bit weird at times. There was even like dialogue that wasn't fully implemented yet, so like the dialogue would be there on screen, but it would either be silent or instead of hearing the actual voice acting, because sometimes the voice acting would come through if they had done it, but then at other times it would just be like text to speech, which was always hilarious because sometimes you'd hear like good old Ashley Birch doing the voice of Aloy, and she'd just be like, "Oh, I need to climb up this tower to get across to the thing," and then she starts going across, and then she's just like, "Ugh, these handholds, you know, losing my grip." It just suddenly becomes TTS instead of Ashley Birch saying it. um, and I just remember when Charlie and I were working out on that, we were constantly fucking laughing about that shit, because it's not like we worked on it at like the exact like together on like a call or anything, but we'd like talk about it at times and just be like, "Did you happen to see this moment or whatever when blah blah blah?" Plus, like, a lot of cutscenes weren't in the game yet, and they weren't, but sometimes we'd get like working versions of them, or not, sorry, we get placeholder versions of them. So it'd be like a bunch of like art boards and stuff that would just be like there as a placeholder currently for a cutscene. And they might even have like some of the audio that's supposed to happen, like at least the dialogue audio, but like it's just it's like watching a voiced comic book, but one that's like been very hastily drawn in some cases, because they're just art, they're storyboard things, they're not like concept art. So yeah, like the very first time we worked on that, we had a build that was extremely unfinished. Even Elden Ring was kind of like that, although by Elden Ring as a comparison, it's a lot more of the game was finished by the time we got access to it. There was a lot of stuff that was not in the game. There was tons of just like placeholder items, a lot of area names, character names, weapon names, just item names in general and stuff. Didn't have their names implemented, so it would just say like, weapon text or whatever, and we would just get like a lot of placeholder items instead, from like drops or from chests or specific things. But as far as the overall like assets in the game, in terms of like the visuals and stuff like that, like it was already mostly finished by that point. And most of the like fights had been like kind of done already. So we definitely didn't have like as early a build to start with on that one, but it was still pretty early.
Is it fine? I hadn't expected. Now the perform eliminate the name of I will perform eliminate the name of I will not.
Hang on, I gotta check something. I want to see what ending did I get on this account, because I still think I have to get. I don't have all the achievements for Elden Ring on this account. I have them on my other account. Let's see, Chivos. I guess I just have the Elden Lord ending. So we could go for the Ronnie ending. That's all I wanted to like figure out, is like which endings am I missing. But I still have to get all the legendary armaments and ashen remains and sorceries and talismans. I don't know if that's all going to happen on this run, but I would like to get all the achievements on my main account at some point. I just, like I said, all the playing I did originally was done on, my work account. So like when I did like an original like first playthrough. I only need to go out of my way to be picking up Dukist Urba, I guess. Really? Okay. I should have started rolling sooner. I'm a little surprised I got killed, though. Things are going to be hitting pretty hard at this stage, which is why I should probably level up a little bit more vigor, but... Hey, Kombucha, how's it going? I hope you're feeling a little bit better. super good. Need food. Probably gonna go right back to bed. I understand you. I hope that you feel better soon. Alright, now without him in the way... Oops, I don't know why I was trying to do that. Podhead? I always think of Booba when I read Herba for some reason. I do kissed Booba. I'm pretty sure I had the same reaction once upon a time, actually. I think that has stopped happening to me, or eventually did at one point, so I haven't really thought that in a while, but that sounds familiar in its own way. Now, these are frenzy flowers, so be a little careful with these. Especially because they also explode. You know what? I'm gonna abandon trying to kill this fucker with fire. It is taking 50 years to actually do, like, any damage to him, so... He's resistant. Because even though they still have the like, one sort of unique fire weakness of kind of getting interrupted and going a little crazy when they get lit on fire, they, the Frenzy Flame flowers are obviously a little fire resistant, so usually better to use something else against them, but they also just have a lot of HP, so just don't really feel like wasting my time on all that. Y'all get that ant shit out of here. I'm getting a fair bit of formic rock. I don't really know if we're going to actually use it for anything during this run or not. I can't remember what all formic rock gets used in. I think the lymph node swelling is already going down. Well, that's a good sign. Very glad to hear it. Okay, I feel a little cheated on that one. I don't know if I was not at full HP, but that... I don't know. It didn't feel like it should have been a one-shot, but... Maybe my health was lower than I thought it was. It's fine, it won't take us long to get back there. It's got to be prepared for that apparent charge to occur. Normally those that Hardhead Ant likes to just kind of like chill in that doorway and wait for you to get into melee, but if you try to snipe at it with stuff, it'll charge forward. Like I said, I think I cut it early enough that as long as I test today or rest today, it should be okay. That's good. Alright. No problem, no problem. We still have 335 volcanic stone, so we're not hemorrhaging resources too fast here, despite our numerous attempts at what's his face? Bitch ass Elimer. I forgot that I had not fought this Estelle from below yet, so... Is there any way I can angle these to hit you from down there? It's going to be a little wasteful, but... Wait, reach. I feel like I got kind of close, though. It's close-ish, but it's not close enough. I gotta find, like, a good place to fight you from. This will probably work. Yeah, the damage on this one is okay. We can use volcano pots just to do this relatively safely. As long as I'm not missing, anyway. There we go. Not that we need the Wing of Estelle anyway, but, you know, we're here, so... Volcano pots seem kind of OP. I wouldn't necessarily say they're strictly speaking overpowered, but they definitely can be in a number of situations. I feel like as far as consumables go, they've been kind of carrying the run a fair bit. Like, their damage per tick is not insanely high, but it's definitely not low either, so... Unless we're going up against something with a lot of HP, like on the Estelle that I just killed, that one is an earlier part of, since we're technically over an earlier part of Ainsel River right here, that Estelle doesn't have that much HP, so it seems like a lot of damage. Versus the one that we fought a little earlier when we came in the other side here, on the other hand, it wasn't doing that much damage to, because that one has a lot more HP. So it doesn't necessarily feel quite as overpowered. In fact, I switched to just using crystal darts to throw at its face, because that actually was doing more damage by just making headshots. More reliable damage anyway. However, volcano pots have been extremely clutch for us, just because their damage is definitely decent. It's good continuous damage. I don't necessarily have to make a direct hit for it to be overall decent damage. I mean, you don't necessarily have to make a direct hit with other pots either, because they do have splash damage, but it's not necessarily always the best. But what's good about them is just that they're easily renewable. I can use them to cause like NPC type enemies to just walk into the little heat cloud, so that they just take damage, which is necessary because things like most tarnished NPCs and invader type fights, they will input read the crap out of any sort of consumable that you throw and just dodge it immediately, which is why volcano pots have been so good for us, because I can just, I'll sacrifice one here, but I can just throw it at the ground, back up, and let an enemy walk into it, rather than trying to hit them with it, which they'll just dodge. Those things don't respawn? Yeah, no, they don't. The withered Estelle, or Estelle in parentheses withered, as they're called, do not respawn. See, like this sort of shit. You know, these guys are not tarnished, so they don't have just a regular dodge roll, but a lot of enemies will like to just try to dodge your attacks in one way or another, which makes them pretty annoying to deal with. We obviously don't need to like try to get everything here, but I'm trying to do a little bit more of the opposite of the beginning of the run right now, and just actually like try to do more enemy clearing and stuff. But I'm not gonna, there's obviously I'm gonna like skip over some shit. Some stuff is just gonna be annoying to try to like kill with just consumables, or just be a very, very heavy resource cost that we don't want to necessarily spend. Come on. How do you feel about the Estelle fight? I mean, in general, like the actual Estelle bosses, Natural Born of the Void, and Stars of Darkness, those two. Because obviously, like, the Withered Estelle are not like much of a fight. They're just sort of a, they're almost more of a hazard than anything else. Yeah, I do kind of like the fights. They're not always like great to do on certain builds, but they can be fun. I do think that the clone teleport grab that Stars of Darkness gets is a little rough to deal with a lot of the time, because it can be difficult to read that fight, especially with the way the camera operates in the fight. Aside from that, I find most of their abilities to be like relatively well telegraphed and not really that hard to avoid, you know, most of the time. Sort of just depends, I guess. to use. I think, I'm sorry. That's always very satisfying, though. I think SL down here took me like 3 tries. I don't think I ever did the other one. Are you allowed to use... Yeah, I can use perfumer buffs in this. I haven't been because mostly perfumer buffs... resource-wise, they're kind of, like, not the easiest stuff to come by. Like, they use some rare materials. And while they're better than something like Exalted Flesh, which also uses Arteria Leaf, which is already a rare material, they aren't something I'm going to use frequently because, you know, again, rare materials defined, and they also only enhance, like, physical damage, which can improve things for me with consumables, but only for stuff like the physical damage a pot might do. If I hit something directly with the pot, it will do nothing for the fire damage of a volcano pot. It will do nothing for crystal dart damage because that's magic. It'll make kukris better. It'll make fan daggers better and throwing daggers and the direct damage of darts and stuff like that. But anything elemental, it won't affect. So, now that isn't to say that any other damage buffs that we can potentially get through non-consumables are strictly off the table. I have endeavored to just not use stuff like that at all, like, you know, the jellyfish shield, for example, but I have said previously that, you know, I might allow them at some point if I feel like I need the extra damage to get past something particularly difficult. All right, okay. I thought that I had a moment. Just wanted to try something. That did not work out as well as I was hoping. And their lightning AoE is, like, not triggering to hit other enemies when they're on the rocks for some reason. There you go. I mean, it's a short range AoE, but, like, I'm just surprised it's, like, missing so much. That is doing no damage. Okay, game, I get it. Just let me fucking dodge, please. Couldn't roll. Where's this stupid... Alright, are we out of combat? Yes, finally. Alright, are we good? Nope, still not good. Maybe they were taking a break. Apparently not. That looked a little odd. He was not really facing me then, and just sort of shot a little pseudopod spike out from the side of itself. That's why I was not really prepared to dodge, because it looked like it was trying to attack some other direction for some reason. I suppose I should have seen that coming, because who else would it be attacking, but you know, still a little bit weird. How did you come out of that completely unscathed? You were probably hanging on the ceiling, but did you come down super late or what? Okay. Let's see here. We've got the way down over here. I kind of want to just like trigger this down just to get the other grace. So we have it to warp back to, but we do need to bypass a couple more things yet. That's some bullshit. Stuck on you. Camera, please. Please. You. Alright, we'll grab this, and then I'm just gonna, like, ride back up, I think. I don't want to, like, respawn everything. I just want to be able to, like, quickly warp down here. If I need to. Or, you know, whenever I end up clearing up the other way, then we can just warp down when we're ready instead of having to run back down all the way over this way again. But yeah, the giant silver tiers, like the big boulder ones that are in this area, are one of the enemies that I used to like testing weapons and spells and Ashes of War and shit on for determining how much like stance damage different attacks and shit would do. Because like I said, they have a fair amount of stance, like total stance, and they don't have like a regular stance break if they reach 0. It's more like they just they just sort of like get pushed backwards for like a half a second or interrupted, but they don't really like stance break and stagger. That last one was a waste. What's over here with these guys again? Nothing? I thought there was something. Doesn't really look like it though. I need to really start remembering that that these enemies are going to explode sometimes. At least the lightning ones will explode after they die, and I don't know. Okay, I'd love to not get stuck on things, please. Just being a little bit wasteful with our resources. I mean, I guess sometimes that's just how it is when you've farmed up a lot and you just feel like you have like a big surplus of shit. You can afford to maybe be a little cavalier with stuff, but I really shouldn't be. There's a bunch of formic rock over by these ones. I just thought there was like something else by those other hardhead ants, but apparently not though. I know there's like some minor stuff over that way. I don't know if it's shit that we need to collect though. Let's craft a little bit more of these, and then we're gonna want to make our way up there as well. Once we've gone through all the upper shit. We could probably ignore these guys for now. We don't really need to worry about them right this second. I apparently missed you. Sorry, I'm just gonna ignore you. We're gonna run this way. Golden centipede. Oops, sorry, I smacked the microphone really, really hard. I had my nose was itchy. Okay, so let's come up here and grab this thing, and then we can actually do like the real upper portion. It's just not fast enough. Oop. Just had to go and fall. those guys too. We can just go back the other way. Alright, come over here and grab this. We've cleared up the bottom area, so we can actually just quickly come back over here. I still don't have the map for this. The map might be... Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one. I can't remember if it's just a 2-layer thing. I think you maybe just get the whole map in the first layer of Noxtella, or Ansel River. Nice try. Ooh, 1 free fan dagger. What? I didn't realize there was literally like just 1. I remember that there being fan daggers here, but... It seemed to be just 1. It showed like 1 going to storage, and so unless I had somehow less on me, but that shouldn't be possible, because I already had some in storage, so I should have had the max on me. Yeah, that's weird. It just said, unless like the tooltip thingy was broken or something, it just said 1 went to storage, which is weird. Because I could have sworn that was more than 1 fan daggers. How much, what are we down to now? Yeah, see, we're already down to 205, which is still a lot, but you can see how fast you can just fucking hemorrhage resources if you just start trying to kill everything. And consumables only. I do want to like kill a lot of things, but I should probably start running by at least some stuff. Because yeah, we're we're using a lot. It's not like it takes very long to farm up either cracked crystal or volcanic stone. I just try to do as much of that off stream as I have time for, to try to, you know, do less of it on stream. It's because obviously it takes a lot of time, so... I always felt that the shielded silver tier that drops in this room with you should have actually been one of the silver tiers that transforms. It felt weird for it to be like an ambush for an enemy that isn't really all that worrisome to be ambushed by. It should drop to the ground and then transform into something like just a regular silver tier tarnished model enemy or something. I feel like that would make more sense. God damn it, stop going like super far with your dodge. See, they can come out just fast enough for that throw to be too slow, which is why I'm trying to, like, get him to attack so I can hit him with that. He's not being entirely cooperative with me, though. I'm glad that you can get, like, you know, unit kill health resources and shit back, but sometimes I know it's not in any way how the game has ever worked, but I just sort of wish it would give me consumable resources back that I've spent from time to time, just so I have less farming to do. And less crafting to do. Hey, why did that? Okay, I got confused there. Okay, now we gotta deal with this motherfucker. Instantly into charge mode. Man, you just don't take damage really from much of anything, do you? No big deal. If you beeline it in this direction, it's actually not too hard to skip that silver tier, the giant silver tier, while it's rolling around, but it can be a little bit tricky to do without getting, if you're at all slow or its pathing is, for whatever reason, suddenly aggressive before you would expect it to be, then it can be a little hard to get away from without getting rolled, you know, run over. Interesting. I technically had like infinite stamina during that because despite attacking that thing directly, it never really entered combat with me, so... Thank God crafting is quick in this game. I feel like, you know, with the strategy that we're using, just to kind of like save up on things that are more difficult to craft, or at least have slightly harder to come by resources, like, this run would be so much more annoying if you were kind of forced to, you know, kneel down on one knee, quickly take a backpack off of your shoulder, but not that quickly, unzip it and reach inside, and then begin your field crafting, you know, shit. Like, if I had to do that every time I wanted to craft, this run would be very annoying. Don't remember if there's anything tucked back here or not. Nope. I'm thinking of, like, the what is it, the Last of Us style of field crafting or whatever, which is fine for that game. But yeah, it's just kind of silly. Come on, big guy. That ought to do it. Now we just have the handful of dudes up ahead, and then we'll finally be done with this layer. We can just warp back down. Well, once we gather a couple of things that are past them anyway. If I manage to finish this run before Charlie's anniversary, I might try to use this character for something. I've been trying to not sell all the weapons and shit that I find lately, just in case I want to use them for something like that. Although, because I don't have a lot, I don't know how how good of a run it's gonna be, or a character. But given that he won't necessarily be like crazy high level, well, theoretically, I might be able to make something work for more like a medium area or something. It depends on how things go if I end up doing all bosses. But I do want to, if nothing else, just make something for all that anyway, so let's do one of these for the hell of it. Really just hitting nobody? Oh, well, I wish I hadn't aggroed all three of them by doing that, but it's okay. They're dead anyway. That works. Down to 141. Ansel River has been an expensive area. Again, just because we've been killing, like, everything, but it is kind of nice to do that from time to time, I suppose. I wonder how many people actually miss this door when they get up here, and then subsequently wonder how the fuck you're supposed to get to the golden seed that's down here. Because you can easily see the golden seed tree from down below, but it's like up on a ledge that you're just like, I don't know how the fuck to get there. And you can look all around and think like, oh, maybe I can get there from over here or over here, and it looks like I can almost just make it from this other side, but I just can't get there. But it's so dark in that room with that, like, you know, big arched doorway on the side. It's just really easy to not see that door. Especially if you just walk right past and go to the Moon of Noxtella, you know, talisman chest and all that. I just always, you know, just makes me wonder, because, like, it took me a while to, like, find that door initially. It's just always made me kind of wonder, like, you know, if if I was just especially blind, or if it was something that a lot of people struggled to find, that particular door. Okay, I'm gonna try to get this formic rock down here. Stone sword key. And yeah, there's nothing back this way. Good news, I think taking today off was the right move. My body is hitting the I hunger phase, which is always a good sign. Yeah, for sure. If you have an appetite while you're sick, it's usually a good thing. Still not sure if I'm going to end up using this Formic Rock for anything, but I just wanted to grab it since there's like a big field of it right there. Alright, now we can warp down here, finally. And then we can do our best to kill the phantom thingy down here. Proceed on to the Lake of Rot, I suppose. Which will get us rot pots, I suppose, but, you know, I'm unsure how I'm going to go about doing the Lake of Rot, to be perfectly honest, because I guess we can kind of heal our way through it, and we can use some Preserving Boluses, but I don't want to use them all up for that, because we're going to want to save some. I mean, we do have a lot of Sacramental Bud, but not like an infinite amount. I should level up here. Like 1,000 shy or something like that for another level, so let's fix that up real quick. .25 strength. I'm at least going to get this to 30, I think, and then we might deviate and level a little vigor up to like 30 as well. Much as I would like not to, but we are getting like more, running into more enemies that can kind of hit us from a distance, so we're not like as safe as we might have been early on.
O Shadow, thou art the last. Tell the two fingers that Rani the Witch cometh to rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
Right, makes sense. I rolled? What the fuck? Come on, game. Let's honor these inputs, eh? Come on, bro. Do something. Stop waiting for me to do something and you do something.
Beautifully fought. My thanks. 'Twas more of a challenge than I envisioned.
'Twas
Now
not.
I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and Iji I love them.
Hey, Karate, how's it going? Good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well. I may need to... I shouldn't have crafted those. We may need to go farm some volcanic stone sooner rather than later. I've been using like a crazy amount of volcano pots through this area. I can't remember if you do it now or just after you defeat Estelle or whatever, but hold up. Firstly, take me here. We get the ring. You can get a slightly alternate version of the ending, of Ronnie's ending. It just changes a small, tiny bit of her dialogue. It's barely noticeable. If you take an extra step during her quest to talk to her again at her tower, I just can't remember if we can do it now or if we have to do it after we beat Estelle, but like before we marry her or something like that. I can't remember the specifics, but let's just see if we can do it now. I never did get the grace up here, I guess. Honestly, consumables only in this seems less frustrating than something like Dark Souls 3. Oh, for sure. It's very viable in this game. It is a challenge, like I said. Like, Elimer, I'm not great at fighting Elimer. Like, I'll just admit that. I know how to fight him. I've just never been particularly good at it. But I also think that these challenges are not a great showcase of, like, how I normally fight him, because I'm normally much better at fighting him when I can just fight him normally, if that makes sense. When I'm, you know, stuck only being able to kind of like use certain animations that cause me to go just slow enough for him to be able to punish an action before I can roll again, and thus forcing me to have to do like a super choosy fight where I can only attack when it's super safe to do, or just like risk getting a trade. You know, it makes him a much more frustrating fight, and you know, because of that, like it does mean that like during this challenge certain things are just going to be like harder than they otherwise would be. So it's still a challenge compared to like how it would be for me just fighting something like Elimer normally, and certainly the same is true for other bosses. And obviously some of the challenges, like especially anything with like particularly high HP, it's a matter of, you know, making sure we have enough of everything we might want to be able to kill something, which we might not do. I still don't know if Rykard is going to work, you know. We might be able to do all bosses. We might be able to do everything but Rykard. I don't know yet. I'm pretty sure Gino Machino did an all bosses consumables only run, though. So the question is just, did he do it with certain buffs? And I'm pretty sure he did do it with buffs, like as in non-consumable buffs, like from the Jellyfish Shield and Golden Epitaph and things like that. Maybe Golden Vow he might have used as well. Since you're not using them other than just to buff your damage, I don't think it's like a big deal. But I'm trying not to really use stuff like that. However, it might be necessary for Rykard, is what I'm saying. Like, we might have to do it because we otherwise might not have enough damage. Just across the board in general, we might not have enough damage to kill Rykard without all that. Okay, so we have the... We have this here, but we have no option to talk to her, so it's definitely not yet. Unless I was supposed to do it before I pick up the ring, but hopefully not. It's also possible I maybe needed to talk to her more in the depths first, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. If we don't do it, I just forget. I did work on the endings, I did the whole endings guide, but I just don't remember it off the top of my head anymore, because that was something I did in the first book pretty early on, so... Alright, so let's come back. It's cold and rainy here, but I got all my chores done for today, so I'm gonna chill out. Nice, nice. Glad you can just chill. I'm gonna get some snow before it warms up again. Yeah, it's actually snowing here now, or at least it was by the time I started my stream. We had some snow not that long ago, but it was kind of short-lived. Okay, we at least have our map for here. Now the one talisman is going to be over on that guy, or over in that direction. What is this? Oh, that route builds up real quick. Any Aeonian butterflies we find will certainly be helpful to have, but... this is going to be rough. We're not going to fight the Dragonkin soldier here right now. At least not at the moment. Like, maybe once I have all the platforms set up, I'll reconsider, but I can already tell this is going to be a pain in the ass to get through here because we, as of right now, don't have... let's see. We're not using Torrent right at the moment, so let's put this on here. Let's make some more of these. Crafting. Just make as many as you can for now. We need more Crystal Cave Moss, which is annoying, but we have 10. Which is something, I guess. And then... boost immunity... So regular immunizing cured meat lasts longer. Or wait. Sorry, lasts less time than the white version, but it's more potent. So let's craft... well, we can only craft one. Okay. So we need great dragonfly heads. We can farm those if we need to. This is about all I have, so... we could throw some other armor on, I guess, with, like, rot resistance, or just higher immunity. Like, throwing anything on will raise our immunity. So, like, really, legitimately, just about anything could be useful here. 67 seems to be our best availability. I don't really want to be in medium load, though, so whatever I can get that's close, that's still light load, would be preferable. And... or maybe we just go, like... somewhere in the 40s here. So like a 42. We'll just go with this. It's probably fine. It's not going to help us a lot, but alright, where are these basilisks at? Hey, nice. Aeonian butterfly. Rare drop. Damn, that shit is gone already. Well, I'm not gonna bother with it then. We're just gonna have to make do. We just genuinely don't have a lot in the way of resistance, so it's alright. If we're just careful about it, we monitor our HP, we should be relatively fine. We are going to want the rot pot recipe, and I forget which way we have to go to get to it, but I want to at least just focus on getting the platforms up because we're not going to use rot pots on anything, at least for a while. So that's not necessarily something we need to, like, focus on right this second. I'm not gonna go fight the Alabaster Lord until I get this grace. At the very least, I don't wanna fuck that up all that bad. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll probably just come back to try to, you know, gather whatever else we want here when we have a little bit more stuff. You know, if we really, really want to be able to use something like Flame Cleanse Me or something, we can. If we want to just get, like, a little bit of faith for it, maybe. Well, we already have enough faith for it, actually, but... I'd prefer not to, just because it's not a consumable, but, you know, it's, again, it's not really like we have to follow that, like, that hardly, or that hard for the rule. It's a lot of snow. Sorry, it's a lot of snow and negative 15 Celsius or 5 degrees Fahrenheit outside here. Yeah. I gotcha. Other way around, though. There's a chance today that it was, today, but it was just cold rain. I gotcha. By the time I got to Rykard in my first playthrough, my vigor was so high that I just ignored his gimmick and stood in the lava and just smacked the shit out of him. Nice. Yeah, he must have had, like, quite a bit of HP then. Snowflakes looked like the flakes of glitter falling down the other day, and that was kind of pretty. Yeah, it was nice out this morning. I was not expecting it to snow. It was kind of a sudden secret snow. Really wish the crafting system was explained more because honestly I don't really know anyone who used any of this shit until after their first playthrough. I definitely messed around with it a bunch on my first playthrough, but then again, in my first playthrough I was coming at this from the standpoint that I was also writing a strategy guide, so I kind of had to be as exploratory with everything as I possibly could, so I would know as many systems in the game as I could figure out. That isn't to say that I used it a lot, because while I did occasionally use, like, a bow or something like that just to fuck around with, like, before I did, like, a real just legit playthrough, and I was just kind of, like, messing around, but when I did, like, a legit playthrough, I was just kind of doing a sorcery run where I was largely really just only using Carrion Slicer. But I'd still make, like, I'd use the crafting recipes for certain things. Excuse me. Like, to give you an example, I definitely crafted a lot of preserving boluses in that run because I didn't really bother using Flame Cleanse Me at all. So by the time I got to the Lake of Rot, it was certainly kind of an annoying place to be. I used status effect arrow crafting a lot in my first playthrough. Yeah, but outside of arrows and boluses, what else did you use? Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, that's definitely, I think a lot of people ran into the same thing of just kind of not being super likely to use a lot of the consumables on their first playthrough. And it's not even just, like, with craftables, it's like any throwables. Because a lot of people aren't going to go just yawning a bunch now. A lot of people are not going to go out of their way to like get a bunch of kukri, especially since you don't really pick up that many of them either. But they're not going to likely just buy a whole bunch of kukri just to actually have like knives they can throw. You know, players who are more experienced will, especially if they want to like do anything regarding like enemy poise, and they're just kind of like, well, I'm using kukri to keep some things like stance value, you know, continuing to like tick down and not lose like the progress that I've made on it already. If say like an enemy gets like well out of your like melee range and you just need to like quickly hit it with something so it doesn't regenerate its stance, something like a kukri can be useful for that. But even there, it's kind of a slow thing to throw, so like, you know. I don't really want to fight the putrid tree spirit all that much right now. So I'm just going to ignore that. But like I said, we'll come back down here for like the rot pot recipe and all that kind of shit here soon enough. I suppose if I kept like the stinger here, I could use that, or maybe like the Antspur rapier and shit like that in a fun little status build for one PvP enemy. That might be fun. I could keep those on this character. Alright, 3 was admittedly overkill there, but I'm trying to like kill these guys before they have a chance to do anything to me. Because their pest threads is very, very strong still. And certainly with my HP, that's definitely like an easy kill. See there, that time it was 8 fan daggers, clearly. Alright, yeah, we're gonna go have, oops, I meant to craft all of those, not one. We're down to 50 volcanic stones, so we are gonna go, like, farm up some after we're done here. Scorpion Stinger. Scarlet Rot build up on that guy. And then we can maybe pick up the Antspur Rapier and... I don't know. They don't exactly, like, work super well together in the sense that you're not gonna, like, power stance, or rather, you know... Power stance isn't really a name for anything in this game. It's just a legacy term from Dark Souls 2, obviously, but... But y'all know what I mean, at least when I'm saying it, like, you know, the special dual wielding. These things are still my least favorite mob in the whole game. The Kindred of Rot. They're definitely annoying enemies for sure. Mainly it's just the pest threads. Like their skittery movement can be really annoying too, but you know, especially because they'll just like skitter off to the side and then immediately like do like some big glaive sweep at you. But the only thing that's like especially bad about them is their pest threads, just because it's so motherfucking strong. It's strong for players though too, so. Alright, let's fix this. Sorry, fix this. I'll make more. We'll have to farm some great dragonfly heads too, which means killing enemies, which is not the most fun, but it shouldn't take too long to do. Alright. I guess we're gonna just go ahead and give Estelle a try since we're here. I might want to equip something else, like... Sure. We'll give it a try with what we've got, see what happens. There's no grace here, right? It's just the Stake of America. So definitely we're going to want to try to make this work if we can. Because getting back here is not going to be the most pleasant if we have to, like, go farm, if we run out of resources or something. I mean, we could try something other than volcano pots if they just aren't working out. We have other things we can craft, but... Yeah, I know there's ones after Estelle. I just couldn't remember if there was... I was pretty sure there wasn't one here. I just wanted to double check. I really thought I rolled that, but apparently not. It's a little bit slow. Okay, game. If you say so. I was early on the roll, I guess. Sorry, we didn't lose anything. I want to use my physic, but I want to wait until I get closer. Because otherwise I'm just running down buff stuff while I'm just running up to him. Damage is definitely not great, I can tell you that much. It's better if you hit him in the head, of course, but... No, fuck off, game. Sometimes, man, that grab just feels like absolute bullshit, because, you know, you go to roll it, and the animation just looks like it's gonna grab you when it does, or like he's starting to swing, but then he just does, like, a lot of this thing that a lot of enemies do, which is just My swing has started, but actually I'm doing a weird swing where my joints are coming well before my weapon or my hands or whatever. So I've started swinging, but my hands aren't going to get there until like a second after you've rolled, so sorry. Oh shit, fuck. Oh, whatever. Did I not get my runes? I think I didn't. Kind of want to restart this fight though, so I'm just going to run back over towards the... Okay, well, that's good enough, I guess. Not really, but I forgot to craft shit, so... I think I might craft something other than the volcano pots, though, because if I hit them even in the head, they're not doing a lot of damage, although I don't know what's going to be particularly good against him. If we hit him in the head with, like, regular, you know, whatever stuff, we should be fine, but... Holy's not going to be great. Magic shouldn't be great. Lightning is kind of like our only other option, but I don't know that it's going to be particularly good against him. We could try it. Shit, I can't fucking change my physic tier, though. That sucks. Because I can't rest. Runes are still so fucking far away. Despite having picked them up, like, a while ago, like, it just seemed like they just didn't really start coming back. Or the load for it just was much, earlier for whatever reason. That was just a big old miss. Can you fucking chill with the teleports for a second? Like, let me actually do something. Alright, you gonna go for the grab again? Okay, there you are. Oop, I'm out. Okay. Well, that was a bit of a weird one. So the meteors decided to do a little bit of a weird crisscross there where I had 3 come at me from 3 different directions. That's a little bit unusual. Hey, Adamatron, how's it going? Alright, for the time being, take this off your bar. This might help us survive a hit from something. Feel like it might actually be worth doing. In this particular instance, let's give it another try. We got him a good ways down, we just kind of got pretty unlucky towards the end there. I cannot tell where my... oh, my runes are way the fuck over there. I would like to have them. I don't know if it's especially in the cards for me, but... there we go. Oh, that's such bullshit. That's such bullshit. Don't one-shot, please. Fuck you. I got stuck on his stupid fucking hand. What a waste. Well, I don't know. Rune Arc probably not worth it. I mean, it's extra stats, don't get me wrong, but... that's some fucking bullshit, man. I missed, huh? Okay. That too? Okay. I really thought the AoE would get you on that one, but apparently fucking not. Actually manually aimed that. Fuck off, you stupid fucking magnet hand bitch. Fuck you. That did not fucking grab me. Come the fuck on. What a fucking fight, man. It has become rather fucking stupid for no reason. You know, I admittedly should have more vigor for this, but not to mention armor. It certainly doesn't help that I'm not wearing any. I could throw something on just to get like a little bit of resistance. It's probably not going to help me much though, because I want to stay light roll. Because really, the shit that's killing me is shit that like we just have to avoid, because even with armor, it's just going to one-shot me anyway. Oh, so fucking stupid. Alright, let's just try it again. Can't tell where my runes are. I don't know why I tried to throw one there that wasn't gonna land. Because he just fucking teleports away again. How did that one miss? I know it was manually aimed, but that still seemed like it should have hit you. What the fuck, game? What are you talking about? How did that grab me? Come on. That was the same dodge I just did. Ugh. God, I hate that fucking grab sometimes. The hitbox on it is so fucking trash. If you happen to be kind of away from him when he does it, I mean, obviously he spawns in close to you intentionally, but this is such a fucking slow fight. That's what's killing me. Like, I just need something that's not such trash damage. But I just don't have anything that's gonna really do much. I should at least keep some shit crafted, I guess, but I'm gonna switch to just using darts and shit, I think, for the time being, because this is just taking too goddamn long. That's actually far better in comparison with how frequently I can hit, at least. What? I rolled. Fuck you. Oh, he's already poisoned. To do the bite. Missed? Okay. All right. All right. In the long run, he wasn't like too bad. We just really needed him to just stop being bullshit about that fucking grab, really. Because that I lost like 3-4 runs to that grab alone. We would have been probably fine without those couple of instances. He's very resistant to a lot of the damage types we have, which is why, you know, that one was a little bit more of a struggle otherwise, but... How's it going, Pixel Diamond? Yeah, I don't know, maybe if anyone else is in chat happens to be around, I certainly don't mind, you asking, but I can't really on this run. Alright, let's see. Let's craft as many of these as we can, which is not many. And then... Not gonna craft any more of the big pots, we're gonna wait on that. But I absolutely do need to go farm some volcanic stone. Hitbox on that grab is so ridiculous and the damage is just insane. Yeah, like, with a lot of vigor, it's not so bad. And it also wouldn't be so much of a problem if the grab portion of the attack just didn't do damage. Because if it just didn't do damage and you got, like, double bit, it would potentially be survivable with the Opaline Bubble Tier, but without it, you know, because it's just instantly broken as soon as he touches you with the grab. I can't really survive via that, so, I mean, it may still just do, like, with where we are currently, too much damage for me to survive it anyway, even with that, but, it's just annoying that, like, the initial part of the grab still does damage anyway. So I'm just asking, everyone as I would like some help. Yeah, no, that's all good. All good. I think I probably just used Wing of Estelle and nebulaed it in the face over and over again. Yeah, so, like, that'll work. There's some other damage types that might be a little bit better against Estelle, but, the main thing is just that you want to hit Estelle in the head because it takes more damage than the rest of the body. It's not so much bonus damage, it's more like normal damage to the head, and then the rest of the body gets, like, some damage reduction. Or just has higher defense, however you want to look at it. And then, certain attacks really work well against him, but Estelle is one of those bosses where, like, melee gets a little bit punished because if you stand directly in front of his face, that's one of the seemingly more safe places to stand, but he can do one really quick bite attack that can really kind of fuck up your day. The rest of the time, just kind of standing in general melee, like, kind of not in front of his face, but just near his head, you're more safe from stuff like that, but the problem is that then you're in a bad position if he goes to do any of his big, huge AoEs, like, especially the one that is, like, the gravity slam, because it, like, pulls you up and then slams you back down. That thing, if you're not already at a little bit of a distance, is almost impossible to get away from. It is possible to iframe both parts of the attack, but the timing has to be insanely precise because it has just enough active frames of the hitbox to pretty much hit you on either side of your roll being even slightly imperfect. If you do it perfectly, you can iframe it, but it is very hard to do. What's the easiest way, and is there any tips? So, generally speaking, kind of like what I was doing just now, keeping at a distance is actually easier to fight him. So if you have any kind of good, this is not like a pro strategy. This is just if you're looking for easier ways to beat him. Any sort of caster build will obviously have like a little bit of an easier time, even if, you know, he's a bit resistant to magic damage. You can still just like through sheer amount of like casting enough shit at him, kill him anyway. Standing at a little bit of a distance, not a huge distance, but a little bit, gives you the advantage of only having to deal with like 2 attacks. One being the laser and the other being the tail smash. Well, 3 if you include the meteor, but that only happens once during like the phase transition, and then, you know, only once again every once in a while, like a great while. So you can use those, which, you know, like bow, spells, you know, even consumables like I was using can obviously work. They're just not going to be like the best damage. But they do put you in a little bit of a safer position if you can get used to dodging those attacks that I just talked about, because they are a little bit dangerous, but if you get used to their timings, that becomes pretty easy to do. Because I find that a lot of his like swoopy melee attacks are super easy to deal with. It's just the AoEs that are problematic, and if you get caught by them, oftentimes that attempt is done. You just die. The one and only thing you really have to worry about, no matter where you're standing in the room, is the grab. The grab is like the worst fucking shit that he has in his entire catalog of attacks. And, you know, I would like to give you advice on like how to dodge it easily. You really just have to kind of do it with timing, because the hitbox for that grab is so gigantic that there's not really a good way you can just sort of outspace it. You really just have to roll it in the proper timing. Or if you can somehow max out your defenses really high in such a way so that you don't die to the grab. Some stuff like physic tiers, like the Opaline hard tier, to have like extra defense could help. And obviously the bubble tier to reduce like 1 attack or something like that. There's various things that could help, but I just mean surviving that grab can be a little difficult unless you just have like a lot of HP. When it comes to the meteors, what killed me the one time was running. I really should have just been dodging. It's not necessarily a great idea to just spam dodge, but you're actually less likely to get hit than you are when you're sprinting when it comes to the meteors. So you usually just kind of want to like roll away and kind of diagonal from the direction the meteors are coming from. But either way, it's they kind of take sort of somewhat random trajectories and can be a little bit weird. So also, Hooded Robin, by the way, how's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, obviously, you know, that's just for like basic tactics. There's other Ashes of War that could potentially help you. If you see that the grab is incoming, you could use something like Raptor of the Mists, I think, to iframe it entirely. Or if you have Indomitable Vow, that might work. Because it gives you like quite a bit of iframes for the moment that it's active. You know, anything that might just help you kind of avoid the attack altogether by just utilizing something like that can be useful, but they still require a little bit of good timing. So I haven't actually tried using a big heavy shield against the meteors. So if you have like an insane amount of defense and shield guard and stuff like that can kind of work a little bit, but because there's so many meteors, it's really not a good idea to just stand your ground and block, because you're likely to get worn down very quickly and then just get pummeled. Because each meteor does a lot of damage, and including stamina damage, so. But obviously things like barricade shield and certain talismans can reduce the amount of stamina damage you take by a considerable margin, so again, with the right setup, maybe you can kind of make that work. I've never tried to withstand a full meteor meteor shower attack. You know, using those strategies just to see if it was possible, so it could be. Yeah, you're better off like trying to dodge what you can. If you feel like you're gonna have to block something, you could, but like you just don't want to like try to block the entire spell because I think that's not gonna go super well. Because if you're just standing still, a lot of those are likely to hit you. All right, I don't think that we're gonna fight anything up here just now. I'm trying to think if there's anything up here that I need. We could run to the cathedral and finish Ronnie's stuff. Yeah, I want to try something. I don't know if I can. Can I talk to Ronnie still at any of these? I think the time for that is probably past, and I might not be able to talk to her at the tower at all. I think I may have skipped over my chance to do it. I forget exactly when you're supposed to try to do any of it, but it's fine. Helped a lot. Yeah. Well, good luck with it. I mean, he's a tough boss, and there's an even stronger version. But like, yeah, I hope that you have good luck with it. I probably should have chosen something other than the Fire Scorpion Charm during that fight. I wasn't even really considering that, but we were taking extra damage because of it. Alright, I do want to fight Adula at some point, but I kind of want to not fight Adula right this second. I just want to run into the cathedral and do, Ronnie's stuff. That's all of those. Let me grab this. Doing fine, just reinstalled Knights of the Old Republic to fix that random Star Wars itch I'm having. I gotcha. Cool, cool. I'm gonna get married. I'll let this play. Yeah, Dodo, you didn't know that your local sweatpants wearing jar-headed man can, or woman, can marry your local four-armed witchy doll lady? You just gotta have that that sweatpants swag.
So it was thee who would become my lord. Perhaps I needn't have warned thee. I am pleased, however. Thou art a fitting choice. I go now to the night sky. It is there I shall find mine order. I bid thee travel the path of the Lord, and once all is done, we shall see each other once more.
Swag pants and a good jar on your shoulders. Yeah. It's one legendary weapon off the list, I suppose. All right, now I do want to do all the stuff here, but I don't think there's anything that I specifically need in Moonlight Altar right now. It's not what I meant to do. But I'll tell you what we do need. We do need to go farm some volcanic stone. I realize farming is not necessarily the most enticing thing to watch. We should probably get more cracked crystal while we're at it too, but yeah, we kind of rely on our volcano pots. Maybe not for that fight we just did, but for a lot of the ones that we're still going to do, and plenty of other shit in the game. They've been extremely helpful. But thankfully, farming volcanic stone is relatively easy and fast. You can do shit like this where you can just make this particular little run here and grab a whole bunch as you go, or you can just do the old, you know, sit at the grace, grab a few, sit back down method, because there's a couple of spots where there's graces with like a few volcanic stone deposits. Well, one is directly at the end of this path, for example. I just sometimes like doing the run itself because there's a lot you can grab and it's a little less boring than just sit down, stand up, sit down, stand up. Probably a little bit more fun to watch on stream, I would imagine. Oops. The only thing is you gotta be careful with these little flame vent geyser thingies. I don't mind hanging around. No, I did get those. I don't mind hanging around while farming at all, just to weigh in. Yeah, I do appreciate that some folks definitely don't seem to mind. Maybe most people don't seem to mind when I just gotta do like a quick farming run. It's just, I wish it was a faster process sometimes. It's not even so much that it's like boring for me. I just don't want people watching to get bored. But as long as we got like some stuff to chat about or whatever, it's usually fine. Because half the time, when I stop to chat, I literally just like stop playing the game and sit down and talk to chat, which I feel is pretty common for a lot of streamers because it's, at least for a lot of us, it can be really difficult to chat and play at the same time. It certainly is for me. I'm not the worst multitasker in the world or anything, but I do have a hard time just because my brain oftentimes really needs to focus when it comes to speech. Just because otherwise I stammer a lot, and you'll notice that I say and as fillers a lot of the time when I'm just trying to formulate a sentence properly because my brain has just kind of, you know, locked itself temporarily. Oops, I did not mean to run directly into that. I was trying to go jump, but I somehow was late on my jump input. At least it didn't kill me in one hit. But yeah, like I've always had like a little bit of a stammer, which doesn't normally come out when I'm talking regularly, but that's just because I have to focus on how I'm talking a lot of the time, which makes it difficult for me to do anything other than very like easy, mundane tasks in something like a video game because it uses the same types of, or at least same parts of my brain, I guess, that require similar types of focus for me to be able to perform correctly. More over here. All right, so that's like one run right there. There's obviously more up there, but there's a bunch of enemies, and it's usually easier just to kind of like do that right away. So immediately we got, I don't think we started with 0, but we had, well, we would have only had 1, I think. So we already just got 158, unless I had some already somehow. But you can see that just doing that run once is pretty lucrative in terms of volcanic stone. Let's do the whole run one more time. That's why I had like 600 on me to begin with, because I did the run a few times last night while I had a little bit of time to kill. Along with just the kind of like, you know, sit at the bonfire, stand up, grab stuff, sit back down method for a few minutes. And I had hoped that it would last me longer throughout today's stream, because I was just like, well, 300-ish volcano pots probably won't take that long to burn through, but it should last us a while. But I not only used a whole lot more on enemies than I normally do, but then furthermore, we got a couple of bosses nearly back to back, I guess, that just we died repeatedly on, so we ended up having to, you know, waste more than normal. I basically missed all of the lore. It's alright. I don't know that most people know the lore of Elden Ring, to be perfectly honest. As is the case with a lot of Souls games, the narrative is not really served up to you in a normal way. You're kind of meant to sort of dig for the lore a little bit. Not necessarily to make you have to work really hard, but more in the sense that a lot of the lore is presented to you in minimal cutscenes, but then a lot of like item descriptions and things like that you're meant to kind of, you know, build some lore details out of that are more definitive, and then the rest is more like contextual stuff, like looking at the design of enemies, the design of locations, the names of locations, you know, the architecture of buildings, things like that, that kind of give you ideas about the concepts in being used in the game's design, as well as the actual, you know, lore ideas, I suppose I should say, in play, because a lot of it's not meant to be definitive. It's meant for you to interpret, so that's just kind of how that be. I know exactly what you mean. It's the same for me. Yeah, I've always had troubles with speaking in that regard, especially if my brain is just kind of like moving in overdrive. My brain moves very quickly. My mouth just does not. Like, I can sort of talk fast when I really want to, but it's easier for me to like force myself to read fast than it is to speak my mind quickly. But it's not that my thoughts themselves are in any way slow. At least when I'm well rested. When I'm as tired as I am oftentimes these days, my brain is probably not moving as quickly as it normally does, but yeah, like normally there's no like cognitive dysfunction. It's more just that my mouth has a hard time keeping up with my thought process. And I've certainly caught myself in the past with, like, not just with stammering, but like I will just absolutely say sentences that make no fucking sense if I don't focus on what the fuck I'm saying, because I will think about one thing and then think about three other things at the same time that lead into each other, and then before I know it, I've said something about two other things in the middle of the sentence about the first thing, and none of it makes sense, because I'll just be like, and so, you know, the thing about that is that, you know, when you're doing, you know, when you're running around on your horse, you just end up, you know, dealing with that whole deal of, you know, grace in this regard of how, yeah, this, it ends up being kind of a big issue. And you're just like, what the fuck did he just say? what did he say? Like, it's just, you know, I'll say something completely fucking nonsensical if I don't pay attention to what the fuck I'm saying. Like just concentrated attention. So it's hard for me to do anything other than tasks like this, and even stuff like this can be a little bit challenging at times while I'm trying to have like a deep conversation. All right, let's do one more run. We're at 300 now. That's pretty decent, but we could probably do with a little bit more yet. So you mentioned a few days ago that while working on guides, you would sometimes see internal design docs that contain information that either might have been dropped or specifically not included because that's what the director, etc., wants. Don't want to ask you any specifics because you said that that isn't wise to share for professional reasons. Wanted to ask you if any of that info resulted in you having significantly different takes than the community would come to reach. So in some ways, yes, but more so that like I know what some of the original intent for certain things was, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that intent is canon lore anymore. So, you know, even by like what Miyazaki or anyone else involved with the game's development, like what they would consider to be definitive canon or even general interpretation. Because if I could give you like a made up example, let me just try to like think of something. If I was to say something like, you know, you've heard of like the outer will, or sorry, the greater will and the outer gods and inner gods and all that kind of stuff. And if I was to say something like, oh, well, you know, Marika is affected by the greater will and blah, 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 the chosen avatar for all these things, etc. That's why she's become sort of like the main goddess here or whatever. But did you know that like she started this, or, you know, that with the Numerians were actually like aliens from another planet or some shit like that? Like I could say that's not true, by the way, but just to reiterate, this is just total made up bullshit. But like I could just say something like that, but it wouldn't really be the case anymore necessarily, even if that was the initial idea they were working with, because none of that stuff is necessarily considered canon within the game, and even by like the developer's own intent, because these were more like working concepts for a glossary rather than what ultimately were going to decide on to include, you know, what to include in the game. So while that may be like the secret truth behind truths, which again, it's not, just to clarify, it wouldn't necessarily be true now. So it might, you know, lead me to believe that, you know, whatever somebody else's lore theory is might not necessarily be as accurate as something else for certain things. You know, and some of my ideas about like what, you know, how certain things are supposed to, you know, tie into lore about the game, I definitely have probably had colored a little bit by some of that information, but, you know, it's not stuff that I typically openly share or even really hint at, generally speaking. At least in terms of nothing that data miners haven't found and potentially, like, you know, caused some other folks in the lore community to effectively, like, come up with as a theory. If that makes sense. I combine words or swap letters between words in a sentence a lot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like when it comes to like reading and stuff, like I wouldn't necessarily say that I have like anything like dyslexia, but I do, my brain, like if it wants to get ahead of itself, will sometimes jumble words around. And I'll say a different word in the place of another word when I don't mean to. But for the most part, like I read fine. I just, like I said, my mouth has a hard time keeping up with my overall speech center of my brain and the rest of my, you know, ability to have coherent thought, I suppose. All right, let's see. We're at 449. That's probably good enough for the moment. Let's go to the mine and get a little bit of cracked crystal while we're at it. catch up on chat too. Don't worry about if you put long messages in chat. Sometimes I can't get to them right away, but it's totally fine if you put them in there. The only time I feel bad about any of that is if I miss someone's message, because I'm not great about keeping up with chat sometimes, because I'm, again, very focused on the game a lot of the time. Just games draw in my focus, and sometimes I'm bad about, like, looking over at chat or remembering to, like, I'll see someone put in a message, and then I'm just like, I need to read that in a sec, and then I get, like, distracted by what I'm doing, and then I forgot to fucking respond to it. Whether I read it or just reminded myself to read it and then forgot, you know? But I'm not, like, ever intentionally ignoring anyone in chat. And I certainly don't mind if people put in a long message. It just sometimes takes me a minute to have a good chance to read it. I usually just say that my brain is too fast for my mouth. That's just kind of like the easy way to say it. It's not like scientifically like that makes a lot of sense, but you at least get what I'm saying or what you're saying when, you know, when anyone ever says something like that. Good so far. Got this weird Star Wars itch recently. Modern Star Wars is just so eh. Yep, definitely agreed. Of course, we had a long discussion about that yesterday. Makes it more difficult to fix. Yeah. Drop story elements or change character motivations where you didn't get the new revisions or something. Yeah, kinda. It's like, you know, when it comes to those kind of like story or glossary, like general lore information that we might have had, they were internal documents so that I think a lot of the people like working with FromSoft would kind of know what the overall idea was for things they were designing around. So we were privy to that information, but, you know, it's not stuff that's meant to be shared, and it's not necessarily stuff that's going to even make it into the game. It's more for their ability to design stuff around, if that makes sense. So that's why, like, with whatever's in there, we can't necessarily use any of it officially, and I'm also not going to repeat it. It's already maybe even a little bit pushing it that I'm even mentioning all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't want to give anyone the impression that I don't have professional integrity. And, you know, I'm going to, like, somehow share otherwise kind of internal classified type stuff. It's just more that sometimes it's easier to speak about my experience as a guide writer by sharing what some of my experience was, but in more vague details, so that I'm not stepping on any toes or, you know, breaking any potential rules. No, it's okay if you bring it up, because I mentioned it on my own the other day. It's fine. I just have to remind myself to be especially vague with any details. Because even though, like, it's not like I'm under NDA about that stuff specifically, or more specifically, like, oh, if I'm writing a guide and it hasn't been announced, I have to not talk about it at all. I'm under NDA. But once it's announced, I'm allowed to talk about it, and I am allowed to talk about my experiences on it. But for professional reasons, I can't just be like telling you a bunch of shit.
Hello, HD. How is it going?
Hey, Carpe Diem, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 6 months. Welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. It's going pretty good. I hope it is going well for you as well. Hope you're having a good 2024 so far. But yeah, no. So it's more that, like, for my own need to want to be able to occasionally talk about my experiences in a job, especially because people are going to be curious, and I also kind of want to be able to share. Because, you know, people sometimes they get excited about like a job they have or work that they do sometimes, and it's difficult when you can't really talk about it. If there's some like sort of NDA or whatever, you just can't really discuss it. But in my case, like, once that stuff has been announced, there's still certain things that I'm not allowed to talk about, and other things that I'm not necessarily barred from talking about, but just generally shouldn't. When it comes to, like, you know, internal processes and things like that, obviously, that, like, certain, like, whether it's FromSoft, whether it's Future Press or otherwise, that, you know, they might not like that information just being public knowledge, just like any company. You know, a lot of kitchens don't like all of the way that they process their food, they cook their food, etc., the recipes they use to just be common knowledge, you know what I mean? Like, certain things are meant to be held in close to the chest for professional reasons, and that's just kind of how it is. But yeah, it's not like I can't, like, discuss it at all. And I do bring it up myself from here and there from time to time, but mostly just because it's nice to be able to acknowledge the fact that I worked on Elden Ring strategy guides, or rather one guide split into two big books. And to be able to talk about, you know, the stuff that's in that and everything and the work that went into it, you know, but to do so in like a somewhat vague way so that I'm not like sharing anything that other people might not want shared, even though we haven't necessarily always had like a specific discussion about what is okay and not okay to share. You know, it's just more of a professional integrity based assumption, if that makes sense. I mean, there's definitely certain things that I know that I should not be giving any specific details on. And so I just don't, if I mention those things even in a vague sort of way, it's fine. But even that I do kind of minimally. Actually, what do I need in terms of this? What do we have? We have 183 cracked crystal now. We have 474 crystal darts in storage. Let's make a bunch. Okay, so now we have basically max storage, and we're sitting on 108 cracked crystal. So let's bring that number up to, I don't know, close to 300 or around 300, because that gives us basically 100 that we can make on the fly, because it costs 3 cracked crystal to make 5. So sorry, not 100 darts, but 100 units of, 100 times crafted, so 500 darts, but that gives us like a lot that we can just kind of do whenever, but it's easy to spend like several on one enemy, so it's not like, even though 500 crystal darts might sound like a lot, it's not as much as you might think when it comes to killing enemies, bosses in particular, because I can only carry 40 at a time, and it's really easy to just run out of those 40 like lightning fast. So let's do like an actual cave run here. I don't like this run as much as the Seathwater Terminus run for Volcanic Stone, because I don't mind that this one has enemies, but it does make it slightly more dangerous. Not that death is normally a concern, but there's just more annoying shit here to have to run around and all that. So that we can just kind of not get held up by anything. But also it's just kind of a long-ish run for not a lot of stuff. And these enemies just piss me off in general. I hate these stupid fucking glintstone scrap things. It's like, you can't really just like roll very easily away from them. They just spam shots at you all the damn time. And then there's more dungeon past this, but I always stop the run right down here because this is an easy break point where the enemies just kind of lose track of you by falling down here. So you can just warp back up to the Grace. But if I go all the way through, there's like a lot more enemies, and they're a lot even more annoying to run around and away from and shit whilst collecting crystal. And you have to run all the way to the boss room just to lose track of everything, so. Which is not the shortest. My uncle has a friend who runs a barbecue restaurant, and his friend shared a really good ribs and sauce recipe with him, but my uncle can't share it with any of his own family. Yeah, that's understandable. I have the opposite of the problem. It's okay for me to talk about all that stuff, but nobody wants to listen to me go on about mathematics for hours. Mathematics is like, it's a hard subject to talk about, you know, because unless you talk to somebody who is specifically an enthusiast for numbers and math and or anything that's like super like closely associated to it, you know, like specific types of engineering, maybe some types of like programming type stuff, but not really even a lot there. I do programming, but I don't math tends to not be involved all that often. I know that Ari, who is here somewhat frequently and or also on Charlie's channel pretty often, you know, is definitely a math fiend, very into engineering and all that as well, studying for, etc. I'm sure she'd probably be interested in talking about mathematics. Funnily, there's no numbers involved in my math. Oh, interesting. Okay. What do we have? 177. Let's keep going for like a little bit here. So try to get it up to 300 or at least close to 300. Let's do the short run a couple of times. I should really check, especially if we're going to do all bosses, I should really check another crystal cave here at some point just to see if there's like a better farm for these. I found this one really early game and was like, this will work because I can easily just run to the Grace, run over here and grab like these 4 deposits and then run back. But there might be better ones, honestly, like a lot better ones. But yeah, I get you. I feel like maybe less so now, like when I'm in, you know, being involved in Twitch, but when I used to, outside of a couple of different family members who worked in like the same sort of field, I feel like it was often hard for me to discuss things like IT work specifically, but even sometimes generally just like computer stuff and other similar related technology with other family or friends at times who just were not like as savvy with it or as interested. Or moreover, like because I game a lot, I often like talking to people about the games that I'm playing, but like, you know, I feel like both in my family and a lot of the people that I'm friends with are, you know, some of them are really into the same shit that I am, or we have enough of an overlap that we can like talk about shit. But a lot of them just don't, so they might be interested to hear for like a few minutes if I want to tell them about like, oh, so I've been playing this game like Elden Ring, or called Elden Ring, and it's really cool, and there's all this blah 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 blah. Like I can go into details about it, but their eyes are likely going to glaze over in a couple of minutes, you know. So most of the time I just don't bother, unless I just happen to be talking to one of the small handful of people in the friends and family group that are themselves interested in this stuff and more than likely going to play the same games themselves and already are, so that we can actually talk about what we've been doing. Alright, let's do like another actual cave run here. Oops. That was not the fastest of quit outs, but it's the first time I've missed that jump. I did take it at a little bit of a weird angle. I always do it like backwards. You can't really see where you're jumping, but it's usually a very easy jump to make. But I think I just took it a little too wide. right on my butt. Get out of here. All right. Oops. Okay, where does that put us now? We're at 256. That's still lower than I thought. This is why I don't like this farm as much, because it, for whatever reason, cracked crystal, like, it often gives you more than one per pickup, but sometimes it just only ever wants to give you one. And you can just pick up a lot of it in one of these runs, but it just still feels like you're barely getting any. Volcanic stone, on the other hand, just feels like I collected so fast. Because that one run with the horse is maybe a little bit longer than running through this cave, but I get like 150 of it roughly per run, well, depending on how much I actually get lucky with. Because a lot of the deposits will give me more than one. But here it's like, some of the deposits will give me more than one, but most of them will just give me one. And even then, like, there's just less deposits overall, but it's still a lot. They just don't give you very much most of the time. See, like that one right there was actually lucky. We got 3213. That's pretty good, but most of the time it's like 1111. People are always like, so you are good at calculating, and I'm like, no. Why would I? That's what computers are for. Fair enough. One last cave run, and that'll probably be good enough for a while. See, all singular there. Every single one we've picked up so far in this run has only given me one cracked crystal. Same there. Okay, finally we picked up one that gave us two. I generally, most of the time, don't mind this farm. I just wish that it would give you a little bit more, more frequently. Okay. Somebody must have fallen to their death there. We are currently sitting at 307. Alright, that's perfect for now. I don't know that there's anything else we would need. We did make a fair few, like, lightning pots, but it's not like we're going to be making a lot of them right now anyway. We still have 120 Fulgur Bloom. Yeah, I think we're still pretty good on basically everything else, so. How are we on... Oh, wait. How are we on these? Yeah, oh, yeah, we have a lot of those stored up. Actually make just some of those extra storage. And then... Kukri looking fine. Fan daggers looking okay. Throwing daggers looking okay. Yeah, we're all good. Okay, so I gotta think about what we're doing next. We might go... Oh, hang on. Let me see if this does do anything now, or if we missed our chance. It's not a big deal if we did, but... Nope, we can do it now. So this gives you the alternate version of Ronnie's ending. Like, again, it only alters like one line of dialogue very minorly. It's barely noticeable, but...
I take it thou hast noticed. I shouldn't be surprised. I thought I might expound a little further upon the order I envision. Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night. I would keep them far from the earth beneath our feet. As it is now, Life and souls and order are bound tightly together. But I would have them at a great remove, and have the certainties of sight, emotion, faith, and touch all become impossibilities, which is why I would abandon this soil with mine order. Wouldst thou come to me even now, my one and only lord? Mine will be an order, not and I would. Wouldst thou come?
All right. So she just gives you that one extra like little talk, but I think a lot of people don't actually know about this one because, well, most people aren't going to think about it, right? Like, why would you come back here to talk, or back to Ronnie's chamber and then try talking to Ronnie? Does reframe things a tiny bit. It sure does. It doesn't necessarily mean a lot, like as much as you think, but yeah, you can kind of come to your own conclusions about it. Glad I wish you wouldn't come to this, buddy. Once again, my roll got ignored for some reason. I think because I, like... Excuse you? What the fuck? I got, like, butted up against the fucking crystal for, like, a half a second. And my roll just didn't come out. Okay. I would like a slight end to the bullshit, perhaps. I had a buffered roll there. That was not supposed to come out just then. It's because I misrolled the first one and I was spamming, and it just... I had stopped spamming by the time that the hit was over, but then the other roll just came on out. I would have liked to have delayed it. It's only like a minor issue that Adula is down here. I would move the fight away from the stairs of the tower and all the clutter of crystal and everything. But I don't want to move so far down that we get Adula on us at the same time, because that's going to be annoying. I don't even remember if they have friendly fire with each other. They probably do, but I don't recall. I rolled, what the fuck? No, 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 no. Oh, fuck. One shot, really? Okay. I know he does some damage, but come on, man. That was a really stupid death. It's my fault because I pressed the button. That was not buffered. I just pressed square one too many times when I shouldn't have. And of course, throwing a fire pot is not exactly the fastest of actions you can take, but unfortunately, that was just absolutely the wrong time to do it, because I knew that I was within reach of him. I wanted to go for another attack, but I didn't really want to do it then, but I just sort of jumped the gun. I do kind of wish they didn't do quite so motherfucking much damage, though. It does get a wee bit annoying about Elden Ring that you're generally expected to need to have just so fucking much vigor. I do like the contextual corpses of black knives here. That Blythe, isn't just chilling here, like he just fought and killed them. Same with EG when you find him. You coming, buddy? Why does that keep not fucking rolling properly? Keeps like hitting me as my roll starts. I fucked off already, stupid camera. Alright. Not to consider Blythe any sort of a pushover, but, he's really not a struggle generally. But the game sure wanted to give me a fucking hard time with it, with consumables. Okay, craft those. Now, what did I want to do? We could go find, everybody's corpses, I guess, just so we have them all collected and all whatnot. But yes, poor Blythe. He didn't have it coming at all. He was a good boy to the end. Are you at a near point stat-wise where you can start putting some into Vigor? I think so, and I will be putting more into Vigor, just I'm prioritizing, like, getting strength and whatnot to where I want it to be first, but it'll probably be the next thing I level at least a little bit.
I loved you with all I have. How could you...
How could you Alright, and then EG be the last one. I don't know if he'll be... He might still just be fine here, because we didn't do all the dialogues, but...
Have you heard along? It would not as lady you... Unthinkable. How did he break? No. Blythe, I made
Yeah.
I'll catch when I do.
I think if you just don't tell him, maybe nothing happens, but... We had to let him know. But then you find EG dead when you rest and or come back here. Again, the assumption being that these black knife assassins had actually come to kill him, but it sounds like he had either known it was going to happen or because of Blythe dying. I think the implication is that he knew that the assassins would be coming too, but he does die in the process, but so at least One of them either landed a killing blow before dying, or some assassin or assassins, plural, got away, but he did at least manage to take like 3 of them with him. Alright, let's see. So yeah, in terms of like stats, we're at... It's easier to see here. We are currently at 28 strength, so at least 2 levels more of strength before I switch to anything else. And then, yeah, what I might do is just go ahead and put another 10 points into Vigor after that, because our damage is not going to get tons better unless we just put, like, a huge amount into, like, Dex and Int and maybe some into Strength. Most of the things we throw scale with Dex more than Strength. And Crystal Darts scale with Intelligence. So, like, Dex and Int are kind of the primary two. Strength is, like, worth leveling, but I think 30 might be a decent stopping point for it, maybe. 30 or 40. And then obviously having more mind or endurance and stuff like that would certainly not hurt to have, but I don't know that we're going to ever really need it, so we'll at least want to get 30 vigor just to make life a little simpler, especially since we're staying like with our very unarmored appearance and all that, just to make things a little more survivable, which of course we don't have to do, but I'll tell you one thing I would like to do actually is kill Trigoth, but we haven't done Ruinstern Precipice, so I would like to do the Volcano Manor requests, but also, once again, we cannot kill Rykard until we're ready to... We're like 100% sure that we're ready to fight something with so much HP. We may need to be able to use the Jellyfish Shield and other stuff for buffs as well, as much as I would prefer not to. But otherwise, we may just not have the damage necessary. I don't even know what we're going to use against him, because Volcano Pots are probably going to do next to nothing to him, because he's very fire resistant, so... Honestly, I think I want to wait for Rykard until we've at least accessed the mountaintop so that we can use things like freeze pots or something. Possibly even bleed pots, but I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, give me like 1 more minute, guys. I have to run to the bathroom again. I've had a lot of coffee, so apparently the need has arisen again, but I will be back in like just 1 minute, so BRB. Alright, I am back. Sorry for the wait. Okay. Been going through this and seeing this co-op with a friend recently. It's his first playthrough, and for a Souls-ish game, and several days ago we got to the Fire Giant and died for a while. Then I realized that I had 30 vigor and he was at about 35, so I had to pump the brakes and find other stuff to do for a while. Gotcha. Been tons of fun though. He's using 2 Bloodhound Fangs, and I'm mostly using 2 Whips, which do great poise damage. Yeah. Yeah, they Whips, particularly with like jump attacks and stuff, are really good at causing enemies to have the little mini stagger flinch type thing, but they do enough stance damage that they're not too hard to break stance with. Not anywhere near as good as like some big heavy weapons are going to, but they're really good at just kind of keeping the pressure on, especially with like co-op friends, to be able to just kind of like whip something from a medium distance to kind of keep them like getting staggered, you know, flinching over and over while your friend like does whatever it is they're gonna do. Like that kind of stuff works even against like Millennia pretty well. Coffee does sound good. Maybe I'll have one of my handful of cups a year. I'm having some more right now. But I've always been a fairly big coffee drinker. I enjoy coffee quite a bit. I'm trying not to drink as much as I like used to. I kind of just do like a couple of cups a day. And, you know, as time has gone on, those used to be pretty big cups, but I'm trying to make them smaller cups. So my thinking is we have a couple of options here because we're probably going to save Rykard for a bit. We could go to Altus and hit up the capital, or we got to kill the Draconic Tree Sentinel to do that. But then once we've managed to do that, we can access the mountaintops, and that'll give us access to Giant's Flame Pots and Freeze Pots. Well, theoretically some Freeze Pots anyway. Once we have that done, this also means, of course, beating Morgoth, so not to take that out of the picture. But if we can manage to do that, once we've gotten here, I think we take a lengthy-ish detour, and if we're going to do all bosses, we start coming back and doing some early game shit just for the fun of it. Because we'll be able to stomp a lot of like early game stuff, but I kind of want to collect some of the shit that we have yet to collect first. So I don't know. What do y'all think about that plan? Does that sound like fun to all y'all? I just realized we don't have like gravity stone stuff. I guess we get that from this Elemer, right? Maybe we're going to want the ability to buy those, because they're yet another consumable type that we haven't really gotten much of. We could try to fight this Elemer really quick. He's probably going to kick the shit out of me, but it might be worth trying. This Spellbearing Hunter, I mean to say. As long as we don't back too far up, we won't have to deal with skeletons, but that's also a bit of a uncertainty. Wait, is it this one or is it the one in Dragon Barrow? I'm forgetting now. Which one is the Gravity Stone Bell-bearing, and which one is the Medicine? Gravity Stone Bell-bearing, Peddler's Bell-bearing. It's the Caelid one. Okay, this is Medicine. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Let's come back over here. This one is also bad. In fact, he's actually the hardest one, but at least I don't have to worry about like skeletons in the area. There's plenty of room to fight over here. I got everything that I wanted from you, right? Yeah. I kind of want to buy this Kestis in case I want to use it for like a later build thing or something. Could be fun for PvP as well. Well, it's not like I can't get it later. Alright, let's just give this a try for the hell of it. The only other reason why I also kind of want to do Altus sooner rather than later is because we can get our 4th talisman slot finally, which will come in handy. They need jar fists? That would be kind of cool. Alright. Here goes nothing. See, this one I can keep my distance from, so we should theoretically have like a little bit of an advantage in that regard. Which, by the way, I realize, like, it's not exactly the most challenging way to fight him, but, I'd rather, since, you know, Elmer is not exactly my most favorite fight or anything, I'd rather just make sure that this gets done so that we're not wasting resources. Damn, still hasn't bled. He got way more bleed resist than I thought he did, or at least that I remembered. Oh, don't roll off the cliff. It would have been a really unfortunate way to lose that fight. No, are you kidding me? Oh, that's so stupid. The fucking lip of the stone just prevented my roll from going forward. I was just trying to break that stupid skull. No, it's fine. It's fine. He's dead. We got the runes. We just have to pick up the runes. But it was really funny to be like, imagine if I fell here and then just to immediately fall. But yeah, that's that Elden Ring fucking terrain shit for you. I was just trying to roll into the skull, but the lip of this rock, or whichever rock it was here, just pushed me sideways instead of forward. So that was fun. I don't know why I bothered getting that anyway, but I just kind of, like I said, I'm still collecting certain things here and there. But now we have that bell bearing, so we can give that to the Twin Maiden husks, and we can actually buy gravity stones if we want. And I have so many bell bearings to give. grab 10 of each for now. I don't know if they're going to end up being very good for us, but they're another int-scaling item, so... I don't really need anything else from you aside from maybe rune arcs. Thanks for the clip, Karate. I appreciate it. But again, we don't really need to buy those right now. Also, in Landell, we'll get our final cracked pots. That'll be nice. I always found the fans to be most effective. The chunks are a little unwieldy. Yeah, I couldn't remember which, but I remembered one of them being kind of like not the best. I just couldn't remember which, but I figured I'd just buy some of both so we can try them out at some point here. But there'll be more of a backup if we need consumables sort of thing, because we can only really... You can find them, don't get me wrong. In fact, you can even farm them from certain enemies, but I don't want to farm those. Same with, like, glintstone scrap, large glintstone scrap. I can farm them from enemies that drop them, but I don't really want to. Cuckoo glintstone we can just make. Okay, so... Oh yeah, I was gonna do this. Let's do the study hall now, just because I said I was going to. Then we can do Landell. I just completely forgot that we were gonna do this. It's not like we need to do it right now, but let's just do it. Timing of the chunk sorter doesn't work great on most things. Yeah. Got a little ahead of myself there. Yes, walk into it, you fool. What? Okay. I somehow rolled to be close enough to where the fucking lip of that thing was gonna be. Just for it to explode on that little chunk of wall. Oh, she finally teleported. Okay. Kinda wish we weren't still in combat so I could craft some more of these, but oh well. The Mask of Confidence. Don't remember there being anything particular important over there. Oh, that's hitting you. Okay. What? Okay. Y'all are running me out of resources here. Nice. Okay. Yeah, volcano pots are fucking sick. I thought maybe this other one would chase me down further, but this is what I mean when I say that, like, in Elden Ring, this shit's definitely a lot more viable. Oof. I was a little concerned. I was about to kind of split the difference a little bit there and fall through the crack, or the not the crack, but just land right kind of into the corner and slide off. Alrighty, so we got a Godskin Noble to fight up here. Game got a little laggy for a hot second there. It was weird. I'm gonna go ahead and top off. It does only give us 5 heals, but all right. There's a grace here. I forgot about this. Well, that's perfect. Just go ahead and do that. I didn't really want to lock on quite then, but let's get you bleeding a little bit here. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What the fuck? I did not know that he teleports there. I've never dragged him this far back onto the bridge before. Oh, okay. I thought he was going for the other attack. Alright. The stairs made you take a little bit of a weird angle there. Okay, okay. He's almost dead. Probably just finish him off with crystal darts. I was gonna use like something else, but although maybe we should just volcano pot him because he should just like run up to me. You're a little bit slow there, sir. Come on. Alright, easy enough. Grab those. We don't need to craft any more of those right this second. Gotta just go ahead and mount up and run the rest of the way. But yeah, volcano pots have honestly kind of carried this run a little bit. They're not the sole MVP. Crystal darts have also been surprisingly good for this. Because I kind of expected them to be just sort of like ho-hum, but they've honestly been really fucking strong. Their intelligence scaling and base damage is much better than I thought that it was. But in all my time writing the guide and stuff, like I had experimented with them to see, you know, what they would work on, but I never really gave them much of a thought beyond that as far as like, you know, the special property of them, making golems and imps and shit like that go haywire. Erdtree Burial Watchdogs. But yeah, the damage of them in general is quite nice. It's not high damage, but for a weapon that you can throw very quickly, like, it's pretty strong. That's one more optional boss done. Alright, now we said we would do the capital, so let's just start making our way there. Making our way downtown. Need 38k now to level up, so I was thinking about just like grabbing that through runes, but which we probably, well, we definitely can. We have a crap ton of runes just chilling in my inventory, but I'm trying to like hold on to those for if we really feel like we need levels at a particular moment, or if I need to buy shit, like, and I'm desperate. Man, I kind of wish there was a grace up here. Alright. 'Tis time. If he can not be shooting shit at me, which he still is, I think I might just quit out really quick. 'Tis time to try to fight a Draconic Tree Sentinel, hopefully not die to any random fireballs or lightning strikes. Make our way into the capital. You've been streaming for 5 hours already? God damn. Time fucking flew by today. I'm not gonna end yet. I don't know if we'll finish the capital today. Depends on how I feel, but we shall see. Yeah, so now volcano pots are not gonna be like the greatest against you, but in terms of their damage type, but they're not terrible really at all. Just a matter of getting you to sit still long enough for them to actually do something to you. Our damage against him in general is pretty decent, actually. And as long as I don't go crazy on, you know, double throwing too much, he shouldn't spam fireballs to the point where we're likely to get hit as often. Too early. Oh, he's already poisoned. Did the music just do something weird just then? I rolled too early again. What am I doing? Yeah, that attack is a little nasty. Okay, that one didn't feel like it was too early, but it somehow was. Not bad. Not too bad. Ah, the Dragon Grey Claw and Shield. Such cool designed weapons slash shield. Weapon slash shield, but not really the greatest, unfortunately. I wish they were better. Like the damage... World's coolest filler equipment? Yeah. Also, how's it going, Reapy? The damage on the weapon itself is not bad. It just sucks that it has, what is it, Endure? I think. Yeah, it has Endure as a skill, like not a regular Ash of War, but just a straight up weapon skill that you can't take off, which is really fucking lame. Like, why doesn't it get some sort of like lightning imbue ability or just anything? At least make it a standard weapon if you're gonna do that. Because it's so weird for it to have Endure. Like, don't get me wrong, Endure is still a good skill. It's just that it's so basic for a weapon like this to have, you know? Like, why not something Ancient Dragon related? That makes no fucking sense. Yeah, you can put Endure on any standard weapon, exactly. So, like, well, not any, but most, I think. But, you know, as far as this thing's design and its clear theme and everything, it's just like, you know, and the fact that you get to see him do all kinds of crazy shit with it. Like, I get that the draconic lightning is something, the ancient dragon lightning is something that he's kind of conjuring, but it's like, why is that not just a skill on this weapon, you know? It doesn't need to be like a lightning attack. If you want to save that for stuff like the oh shit, I'm forgetting the name of it, but Placidus Axe's lightning bolt spear weapon. Bolt of Grandsax, sorry, not Placidus. That's the boss. Bolt of Grandsax, thank you. Like, if you want to save like cool lightning effects and shit for spells and things like that, that's fine. This thing is not necessarily a legendary weapon, so it's like cool, but you know, a Vike's Dragon Bolt sort of effect would have been neat, like in weapon skill form, in the sense of it just being like a weapon buff, like not specifically that spell, but just something like, I've imbued my weapon with, you know, draconic lightning, so now it does more damage. So it's just it's a built-in weapon buff. That would have been fine. A lightning wave attack like you see him do, that would have been cool. A red flavored version of the Thunderbolt skill or Ash of War, just so that it's like literally the attack that he uses against you, although he uses his shield to do it, to just cast, you know, call down a lightning strike on your opponent, but it's red instead of yellow, would have at least been fitting. But yeah, no, it's just, it's Endure for some fucking reason. And then the shield is like, you know, it's imbued with lightning. It's it just makes its lightning resist damage negation decent, and it does do lightning damage if you actually use it as a weapon, but it's not really great as a weapon. It's okay. Most shields are just okay. But yeah, it's just kind of like, eh. And again, it doesn't get any sort of like special lightning skill. It's just shield bash, so. Although, I think you can just change that one out, maybe. I don't remember. Alright, let me rest and level up. Also craft some more of these, please. Somber, okay, yeah. I couldn't remember for sure. We can squeeze out one more level, 8k. Technically slightly less than 8k. Let's start getting some points in Vigor. As much as I don't normally like leveling Vigor, I feel like for this kind of run it's a little bit more warranted. That'll be good enough. It's overkill, but... Alright, basic skill and a basic strength weapon with an entirely generic moveset for its class. I think if it at least had like a cool skill associated with it, it wouldn't really be such a big deal that its moveset is kind of generic, because a lot of weapons have like somewhat generic movesets, even Sombers. Sure, a lot of them also get special shit, but like, it's just, there's so many weapons in the game, you can only do so many different moves, right? But yeah, like just some sort of cool skill on it would have been nice. I think it would be sick for it to have a unique version of Endure that does a small lightning AoE around the user when activating it. That could be kind of cool. I really don't like boss weapons in this game because of that. Oh, just because a lot of them have like sort of generic movesets. I can understand that. Still gotta do a Bolt of Grandsax run. It's so dang cool. Yeah, I really like, I've used it a lot when I was just running around doing shit for the guide, just because it's like a really fun sniper weapon. All of them are generic with a flashy skill. I gotcha. I like, not that it's really a weapon, but I always like picking up Renala's Regal Scepter. As like a good overall casting implement for sorcerers, but The red braid whip that you get for fire giant isn't bad. That one's got kind of a cool skill. I mean, it's not like the most unique thing ever, obviously, compared to like what else you get with whips, including like the magma candlestick whip, but it does operate a little differently, and I do think it's like it's at least a decent weapon. What else? Yeah. Godric's axe is pretty fucking weak sauce. You know, the special ability on it's not bad, but as far as a weapon itself is concerned, it's kind of like meh. The dragon fist thingy it has a cool ability, but the fact that you can only wield one, it doesn't dual wield, and it's kind of otherwise just very not great. Yeah, it's kind of not particularly worth getting. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely like there's like a handful of kind of interesting / decent ones, and then like plenty that are just kind of like not great. Both of Radahn's weapons just kind of give you like slightly more unique versions of things that already exist in like Ash of War form, both with the bow and the greatswords. The greatswords themselves also operate in sort of a weird way, which that I kind of don't like. I don't like when you're doing certain R2s when dual wielding, you know, both greatswords, like it doesn't hit with both for some reason. Instead, it only attacks with the right one. I don't know why. It works the way it does because it's not like you're dual wielding regularly. You're just two-handing it, but it's a dual weapon. Kind of wish Horlo got a fist weapon with grapply stuff instead of just his Earthshaker, but then it'd be useless against larger enemies, so... Yeah, it's kind of hard to put grappling type stuff in games like this, you know, outside of just using them solely for, like, PvP, or at least against certain, like, human model enemies. Like, obviously, NPCs, sure, but, you know, maybe you could make it work on, like, wandering nobles, commoners, you know... Guardians, the Nox people, just anything that's like roughly the size of a tarnished model would potentially work if they wanted to put some effort into it. But I could also see FromSoft not wanting to go to that level and just say, well, this works. You can do the grapple on anything that's using the tarnished model, even if it's not technically a tarnished. Because certain NPCs in this game, just because they share the same tarnished model, are not actually tarnished themselves. They come from different racial backgrounds and stuff like that. We are always, of course, a tarnished, but no matter what like background we've kind of chosen or sort of physical preset you might choose, but not everyone in the lands between that shares our model is supposed to be a tarnished. As some people still have the quote-unquote grace of gold and all that. I would enjoy suplexing Moongrim at least. Yeah, who wouldn't?
Thanks for bringing me here, and thus I shall farewell. I shall leave. I wish you luck. You have. I have no.
All right.
Good to see you. You helped me. Please allow me to. I'm happy. Master, I was the urge. I know it. Master, do you ever? I would. Well, I don't ask. I am your. Oh, please.
I don't know if I ever picked up the.
You're beautiful.
I don't know that I picked up the like gold sewing stuff for him.
Ready to make. Did I just thank you for? Mum was all. And now, do you feel this? You think I'm beautiful?
Shit. I shouldn't have. I don't remember if this is specifically the choice or not.
Master,
I feel like it's after he asks you.
Bok the sea ready to make. Oh, please.
I can't remember what specifically now. It's been a long time since I've done anything with Bach. I just know that you kind of want to, like, tell him not to go to Renala for rebirth and all that because he dies in the process, but... did we ever go to the... We did go here. Did I forget to get the gold sewing needle? Because I don't remember giving it to him, unless I just gave it to him earlier and forgot. Yeah, I did pick it up. Do you have to do the "You Are Beautiful" thing for him to get him to be okay, or can you just tell him not to go? I think you can just tell him not to go. Again, it's been a while, and I don't remember if I worked on Buck or if somebody else did, but his quest is like so simple that I kind of just didn't really bother committing it to memory, so I kind of don't remember now.
Bok the sea ready to make.
But he's not even bringing it up for us right now, so...
Please.
It might just be because we did the "You're Beautiful" thing already, and now we've just kind of skipped that. I don't know. I would not mind getting some extra horns, just in case. I always like having some extra envoy horns. Not that I need them. Oops. But rather, at some point, Charlie is going to do another attempt at, like, the steering wheel run stuff. And if she starts it over, she might need some extra horns, and it's helpful to just have someone be able to... who's got them, can just give them to you. I'm pretty sure I already have a bunch extra on my other character, but I'll have to check. No luck so far. I'm not going to farm these guys for it, that's for sure. Hold on. I'm back here now. What you gonna do? I should not really have aggroed them. Oh, shit. They technically don't need line of sight to be able to do their one, like, targetable bubble that just, like, appears. I don't think they can do it necessarily from this far away, but yeah, they're kind of weird like that in that they sort of don't have to actually be looking at you to do that one, or to be able to directly see you specifically. See, definitely not looking at me when he did that. was a little bit surprising that that happened, but, well. I knew he was going to hit me. I didn't think that was going to kill me in one hit there, but again, you pay the price for not wearing armor. Not that it does a lot for you, honestly. Armor, I mean, it does do something, but armor in Elden Ring is one of those things that feels more like just a, you know, a friendly suggestion more than a thing you actually need. I cannot believe you hit me with that there. Come on now. Did you get that thing that far through the fucking railing? It was ridiculous. You're still dooting at me. Okay, bro, can you stop spinning for 2 seconds? Alright. It always comes down to fashion souls after all. The right option after the prattling pate is that's right. I think you have to use the prattling pate or he dies some way or another. Yeah, I believe, well, he'll stay, I think, if you don't use the prattling pate and don't talk to him about that particular option, but he may disappear is the thing. I think he just doesn't go directly to Renala. Is there a negative effect for having an empty armor slot? I seem to remember that being a thing in one of these games. Yeah, it's not, you don't have like negative negation when unarmored in this one. I'm not technically unarmored. I mean, I'm unarmored in 2 slots, but 2 of them do have some armor on them, but which is not giving me very much because both of them are, well, at least my pants are not very protective, and the jar is not a bad helmet in that regard, but, you know, it's clearly there's better ones. In, you know, in terms of sheer protection, not style necessarily. Get that stuff later. Not what I thought I had equipped. In the Elden Ring network test, not wearing armor actually raised your holy negation. Yeah. Alright, we finally picked up a Seedbed Curse if we feel like doing anything with Dung Eater, but honestly, I'm probably just not going to do Dung Eater's quest. I'd rather just leave Boggart, you know, being a happy little guy out in the courtyard, in the moat. Not courtyard, but in the, you know what I mean. In the moat area of the capital. combat still? Probably with you, I guess. It seems to have done it. Upper class robe. He is living his best life. I mean, it's maybe not his best life, but it's the only life he's got right now. And you know, we don't want to rob him of that. We want him to go on living, boiling stuff, having some tasty prawn and crab. You know, and it's not like we'd be doing it to him ourselves necessarily, but you know, indirectly we would be causing it because Dung Eater will, you know, absolutely fuck him up. Sis was playing Elden Ring most of the time she was here, so I helped guide with some of the NPC quest lines. She did really well with her boss fights, but died to miss time jumps a lot. Yeah, that happens in Elden Ring for sure. Fairly often. Right, you can do that multiple times. Surprised that guy didn't die. I thought my my pot throwing would have taken care of him too. Not that I needed to, but I just kind of assumed that it would. Too early. Thanks for the lilies, you suckers. Also the Dragon Scale Blade was still cool in the network test. Oh, yeah, the katana. I wonder if that used to have its original skill still. I'm trying to remember. Hitbox on that last particular perfumer bolt felt a little bit generous. That's not what I meant to do. Yeah, because the Dragon Scale Blade... What does it do now again? I'm trying to remember what specifically... It's got like the ice lightning stuff for it, right? Does it... I don't remember exactly how it works, though. Is it like a lightning attack that then buffs the sword, or is that just for... Because I know the halberd works that way. It works like the like spinning slash thing, that, but then it like it's the unique version that has like the ice lightning. But yeah, once upon a time, the dragons... I just remember that, like, the Dragon Scale Blade had, like, a slight variation of its actual skill, and it had a different name, too. Now it's got, like, the same as a generic name or something. I do not remember what it is off the top of my head. And that's not what I... Okay. I thought I had my crystal darts equipped. Definitely should have known better than to attack him with that, like, in point blank range. At that point in time, I was definitely going to get hit. But it's fine. As long as he didn't one-shot us, it's all good. Okay. I thought I was safe there, and then I saw a few extra on the side, and I was like, that might not be good. Is it gonna shoot lasers when it dies? They always do, Karate. They always do. They always be firing they laser. For me. Alright, let me grab this grace. We should be getting close to another level, 5k away. Let's go ahead and make that happen now. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? Level up, vigor, thank you. We're level 83. So we're definitely not exactly like low level at this point anymore. I would say that we're not exactly high level for the area. This is like relatively appropriate. We definitely could be higher by the time you get here, but I don't know that you would be a lot higher. Unless you were really taking your time with shit. Oh, you did it. Again, you fucking dickhead. Nice try. All right. I forgot. That's what poison spray mist looked like. I was like, wait, what is this perfume that I have? So there is one more cracked pot somewhere. I'll have to kind of figure out where it was again. I know it's on like a balcony somewhere, but I forget where. But I will find it. I'm gonna want to like jump across all the rooftops and get stuff up there too, but for now we can loot the lower level stuff. And yes, we will do subterranean shunning grounds too, but I don't know if we'll do it right away necessarily. Damn, I thought I could make it. Ow. I could make it work without lock on, but okay, these guys are gonna notice me soon, so let's move away for a second. What the fuck am I? Okay. A big old chunk of wall right there, and I... Okay, he did not go for the double. Oh, volcano pots, where would I be without you? We're gonna end up needing to farm more again, like, after not too long. We're just using them like crazy. I do feel like it's warranted to just kind of, like, run through some of these areas, of course, but at the same time... when the enemy density starts to get, like, towards where it is in, like, the later game stuff, I do feel like a lot of this shit becomes a little easier to it's not gonna reach. Oh, it did. Okay. Alright. Just tried to hit me. Teehee. We've turned Elden Ring into a cover shooter. This is Gears of War now. Chest high walls all around. You ain't no Rick, buddy. You're not that guy. I thought I heard another guy. Maybe not. So many soldiers. So dang many dudes. Alright, where is the... Yes, this guy. I should have looted that thing up there first. Oops. It's all good. Hey, welcome back, Dodo. Had to kill some fools in Fortnite and had to do a few rounds. I gotcha. I hope that it was fun. I've been craving Tears of the Kingdom lately. I need to build cars and traverse darkness with little to no life left. Fortnite is fun when you just not play it every day. Yeah. I hear ya. Another ravaged gargoyle over there. I don't think there's anything back here, is there? No. Alright, let's see. Craft up those. We have... Okay, we're good. Continue. This away. I don't know. It's been a while since I've actually kind of, like, cleared out a lot of Landel. Most of the time, I just kind of run through certain parts of the city, or at least the last several times I've played. Because I've either been doing, like, co-op or something, and people weren't really wanting to do, like, the entire fucking, you know, expanse of Landel necessarily, which I totally get. It's a lot sometimes, especially if you include, like, the subterranean shunning grounds and all that kind of shit. It might be that. I know there's a, elder lion over here, along with a perfumer. Let me grab this a while. Nope, that's a stone sword key. Okay. I'm so glad I didn't have to do the markup for Lando. Oh, he just like fucking gave up. I did the markup for what was it? Stormvale and Raya Lucaria. I mean, I did the markup for like multiple like entire region maps. Like for me, it was Mount Gelmir and Altus Plateau and Capital Outskirts, and I also kind of had to make some adjustments to some of the other maps as well as time went on, because there was always like invariably stuff that we would miss in one place or another, just because there's so many like tiny little things to find. And sometimes it wasn't even something that we missed, but something that we didn't realize we would need to mark, but then we had decided for the guide, like, oh, this should probably be an icon on the map somewhere because it's just important enough as like a rare material or craftable important thing or what the fuck ever, you know, that we weren't necessarily marking before, but now we needed to. Does Alan Wake in Fortnite talk endlessly to himself about what he's doing at any given time? That's the only way I'll end up playing it. Oh. I definitely wouldn't know, since I haven't myself played Fortnite and have no desire to, but that would seem fitting, I suppose, for Alan Wake as a character in it. God damn it, camera. Camera, please, for the love of God, just lock on. Fuck you. So many opportunities for you to kill that dog that the camera just squandered and just forced me to take damage because of it. At the moment, the better question is to ask who isn't in the game. Yeah. Certainly they've added a lot, that's for sure. I could see the crackpots potentially being up on the rooftops with the imps, because it is kind of like semi-related to them in a way. Laying down Nighty Helm. Would you please just lock onto the guy? More arterial leaf certainly isn't going to hurt anything. Alright. That should be basically this kind of level explored. We could go open the shortcut and then also fight the Crucible Knight. I guess that's probably fine since we want to do the rooftops anyway. Let me open the shortcut before I fight him though, just in case he one-shots me when I'm not expecting it. Don't mind me. Just man with jar on a head and wearing sweatpants is just sneaking through. Alright, shortcut open. I know basically nothing about Fortnite except what kind of game it is, and that it has dances, and I've seen some gameplay. Yeah, Fortnite is a game, like, obviously it's a battle royale with, like, building. Basically, it became very popular very shortly, or very quickly, I should say, but it owes a lot of its popularity to, like, other battle royales that came before it, probably most notably PUBG, I guess. Just because, well, maybe PUBG, maybe I don't know what like COD was doing at the time, because I have not really been into Call of Duty, and well, especially for the battle royale stuff, like, ever. But the old like Call of Duty stuff maybe a little bit, but it's never really been a series I've been particularly fond of. As far as any of those like military shooters, the only one that I was into, like, for a little bit was like Medal of Honor. I played a couple of the Medal of Honor games, like, wait, the original ones. In fact, the first one I played, like the versus map with my maps with my brother, like, super often, because there were all kinds of like cool modes you could do, even though the maps themselves are really small. But that was some fun times when you had nothing better to do back when we were young. COD became Battle Royale later on. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wasn't sure, because I was like, maybe COD, but I feel like they didn't do Battle Royale stuff until later. It was more like team-based stuff when it was multiplayer, and then obviously there was just like single-player shit before that. I played a couple of games of PUBG and didn't care for it, and then the one match of Fortnite. Yeah, I've never played Fortnite. I don't like the look of it. I don't really want to play it. I've watched some people play it, but it's just not for me. I'd rather play PUBG, and even that I'm probably never really going to get into. With the right group of friends, I could see playing COD, but it's probably not going to really ever happen for me. Like, I'm happy to just occasionally play Valorant or something like that, because I'm not really into a lot of battle royales. Like, team-based shooters, I can get into with the more like CS:GO type format, but I like Valorant way more than I like CS:GO. But back in the day, like, the one that I got into like pretty heavily was Team Fortress 2 for a while. And then, back when I used to be actually kind of good at shooters. These days I'm trash at shooters, but it's because I just kind of stopped playing them. I did play Overwatch for a time, but Overwatch 1, But, and I used to main, what do they call him now? It used to be McCree. It's what, Cassidy now? Because of the PR shit. I used to main him, and I was good at playing him, and not specifically just being like a fan the hammer spam type player either, like flashbangs, fan spam. I used to play him more as a mid-range duelist and just kind of headshot people from, mid to long-ish range. But then they kept nerfing him, and he just started being really hard to actually kill anyone with in my playstyle. So, and I still noticed like some people could just do like I run up and I flashbang and then I fan the hammer. And they never fan the hammer too, but like my whole point was just like I just stopped enjoying playing him. And there weren't a lot of other characters that I enjoyed playing. And on top of that, when I was playing, my ping started getting really bad because we had kind of shitty internet, and I was living with my two formerly really super shitty roommates who were also trying to play Overwatch oftentimes at the same time that I was, which often led to us just having really bad, unstable connection, which meant that I just couldn't headshot anymore because my ping was fucking terrible. So eventually I just got fed up with it and just stopped playing. And anytime that I've tried to go back to Overwatch, I've absolutely hated what it is, especially as it is now. I will never touch Overwatch again. Yeah, the last thing I gave Blizzard money for, temporarily we got back into like some World of Warcraft Classic because, Marcus wanted to do like some 3-player challenge dungeon stuff, which is always fun. But I don't know that we'll ever be getting back into that kind of stuff. It really just depends, maybe someday, but the last thing that I had specifically given money for like a Blizzard product was Diablo 4, and I wouldn't say that I regret having gotten it, but I do think that the game kind of ultimately turned out to be sort of shitty, which is not unusual for Blizzard releases, but you know, maybe given time it'll be as good as Diablo 3 was, but most likely it's just going to be kind of trash for a while. Alright, this is another spear guy who was giving me trouble the other day, so let's see how this goes. I'm not too big on multiplayer FPS. I have my moments, but they come between eons of frustration. I feel that. It's largely why I don't like getting into, like, other shooters that I don't really play, especially, like, Battle Royales. I played Apex for a little bit, but I just couldn't really get into it. Quake Champions was kind of awesome, though, for some reason. Mm-hmm. I did play a bunch of TF2 and the other TF2. Titanfall 2 was super fun. Yeah, I haven't played either of the Titanfall games, but obviously TF2, I think most people know as Team Fortress. But yeah, I played Team Fortress 2 a bunch. I've actually played the original Team Fortress as well, but not in any sort of, like, regular way. Regular sense, it was kind of like a one-off thing for me back in the day. Internet issues are a really crappy thing to have and deal with in any games, especially shooters and fighting games. Yeah, if you're experiencing lag, bad ping, etc., or even if it's just the netcode for the game you're playing is bad that's causing that or whatever, but it really just causes those games to not really be very fun. My last Blizzard purchase was some random single player thing in Hearthstone. Diablo 4 was the first game that I was tempted at all by, but oh well. Yeah, honestly, like, I don't even really recommend it. Like, even if you like Diablo, like, in the state that it's in, unless they've changed a lot by now, I don't know, but it just became, like, kind of super fucking grindy and boring after a certain point. Like, especially once the story was good, the main campaign story was good, but once you're done with that, like, grinding a character 100 was fucking absolutely just agonizingly slow to do. And then after I got one character to 100, I kept wanting to try to play other classes, but I just, at that point, I was no longer in it. I was just like, this is just not really fun for me anymore. None of the other characters feel special. Like, I got my druid to level 100 as a big old bear, and it was cool, but I kept trying to play the other classes that I thought I would enjoy and likely would have enjoyed if they were my first class, but because I had already gone through all the grindy bullshit, I was just like, I just don't feel like doing this again. It's just not fun. There's not enough, like, new shit for me to, like, stay with this. And knowing that it's just going to get grindy again, and that I don't care about the story anymore, there's just not enough game here for me to enjoy. I'm sure you've heard this, but Titanfall 2 has a very worth it single-player campaign if you think you might be into it. Yeah, maybe one day. We'll see. Honestly, with how big Fortnite is, I'm not sure about that anymore, but it's more like a win-win both. Get a lot of publicity out of it. Or about it. But I think they paid quite a bit back in the day when they got Star Wars and Marvel and stuff, but I don't think they have to pay that much anymore. Also, Fortnite makes stupid amounts of money, so I guess they could even pay money for the licenses. Who knows? Oh yeah, they have that new Lego thingy. That's right. But yeah, Fortnite's one of those games, like, it became a BR after I think they realized that maybe their game wasn't going to be successful, or they just thought, hey, PUBG's really popular and shit, let's make a battle royale. Because when they first advertised Fortnite, it was going to be like a completely different type of game. It was supposed to be like sort of a zombie survival type thing. You know, that's where the whole building thing came from. Because you were supposed to, like, craft and build up shit. And, you know, wait out the Fortnite. That's where the name comes from in the first place. You know, surviving basically with, like, friends or whatever. And then I guess they just thought that their core gameplay loop was not going to be as fun or immediately catchy as something like a battle royale, so they just basically kind of, you know, took whatever elements they could find of stuff like PUBG and whatnot, and just kind of were like, let's just make a battle royale out of this, but it has building elements because we've already programmed all that shit in, so we'll find a way to make it work in this. And you can certainly credit Fortnite for being kind of unique in that way, but I also feel like the game is, like, really annoying. So, for anyone who's into it, cool, but it's definitely, it's not for me. I don't like it. All right, let me fight this guy. I'm gonna probably call it, like, shortly after this. I want to try to find that other crackpot first, maybe, but I'm starting to get kind of tired. Fuck off. I keep doing that shit every time they do these stupid horn charges now. That's not where that was supposed to go. Alright, whatever, he's dead. The reason that one trips me up so much is that I'm used to killing these guys pretty quickly, and they don't typically do the horn charge like super frequently when you're real close to them. But it also changed a bit back in the course of guidework stuff, because it didn't used to actually have tracking that was that aggressive. It used to be kind of easy to dodge if you just rolled sideways, and for whatever reason, even though it was a long ago change, my muscle memory always prompts me to want to dodge sideways when I do that attack. I don't really know why. It's going to be a base building thing, and at night zombies came and you need to hold it together till the day came. Daytime came. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Bok, ready to make. Oh, please.
Oh. Alright, let's get onto the rooftops. Get all the stuff up there. And if I don't find the cracked pot, you know, just from looking around, I will look up its location, because I genuinely can't remember and think of like where specifically it is right now. I wish I had sent this up already. Where's the fucking... Here it is. I rolled. What the fuck? Shit, I'm gonna die. Yep. Because these guys just love doing fucking spin to win forever. It's not like you can't interrupt it, but when you're just trying to roll, it doesn't exactly work out super well, at least when you're stuck in a corner. That's alright. If the elevator had not been down, it would have been fine, but we can run back there pretty easily now. I kind of like it because it's one of the slowest battle royals out there, and you can just fuck around and have a few rounds. I mean, yeah, I guess. The thing about it for me is, like, I would never get into it because, like, any of the, like, supposed kind of, like, top play level stuff of that game that I see is, like, a lot of people doing, like, extremely twitchy-ass movement to do, like, all this building on the fly and shit. And don't get me wrong, it's fine. There's twitchy movements in, like, every fucking battle royale, but, it's not about that so much as just, wait, was I supposed to jump down sooner? No, I can get there from above, I believe. Yeah, man. Did they make that so you can't do it anymore? You used to be able to just sort of like jump up onto that, but not that you're meant to do this shit here or anything. It's just something that you used to be able to do, but now you just kind of slide off. All right. Obviously we could have just climbed up and come out here, but I was just trying to be silly with it, I guess. Should we... Hang on. kind of forgetting the natural path across these, but we can just do this. I don't think the last crackpot is going to be up particularly high, but I do want to like just check the rooftops just to make sure. Go get the other guy. He's right there. Oh. I didn't even see what happened. He did not show up in my chat. I just saw that you timed somebody out, but usually it'll show me still, but it's like the opposite of Ed. Oh. Or what is that? Ed always says, like, you are a great person. You deserve all the love from your friends and fans or something. I can't remember, but so just, you are a shit person. You deserve nothing, especially from your supposed fans. Yeah, it might have been the same person. I don't know. Someone came in like a few days ago, not a few days ago, like a week ago or something like that, and was just like, this guy sucks, or was like, this guy's an idiot. I can't remember what. And I was just like, yeah, who are you talking about? What I think most people just don't really understand about a lot of streamers, certainly myself anyway, maybe some streamers it works on, but you know, that sort of dialogue doesn't really get under my skin at all. You know, if you're gonna come in and be annoying, like in backseat, like constantly, like sure, I might get a little perturbed and I might even ban you, but only if you don't take a hint. But, you know, if you're gonna come in here and be like a dumbass, yeah, you might get banned, but mostly it's just, you know, out of the fact that, like, I just don't want other people to have to deal with that so much as, like, you're not bothering me by just saying, you're a poopy head, you know, like, just be like, okay, whatever. Play the game my way or else. Yeah, exactly. Stone Sword Key. Alright, where was that other balcony that from above that I saw? I remember it's like over in this side of things. As you get there from the back alleys, you can see it from above. It's gotta be further this... Oh yeah, it's way over there. Hopefully I can get to that still without having to reset. Let's go back this way. I don't know that we're gonna be able to without having to, like, go from above, but that's fine. I'll just do a little quick run here. Golden Rune 9. Alright, so yeah, I was pretty sure that I wasn't going to find it up there, but let me look and see where this was again, because I don't remember where specifically the cracked pot is. I'll probably find it super easily without having to look, but I just want to figure it out. Also, hey Wampy, how's it going? It's good to see you, dude. Hope you're having a good 2024 so far. Did you finish Estelle? I did, yes. He was a little bit of an asshole because I kept dying to his stupid magnetic grab hitbox because it's really dumb, but you know, it was only an issue because I just kept getting one shot by it. The rest of the fight was really not hard. I just kept getting him like to like about halfway down or something and then randomly dying to a grab. No, it's okay, Anna. I mean, I do appreciate it. I do actually have the info up already, so. But thank you, thank you. So yeah, it is by the Avenue balcony site of Grace, to the northwest on a corpse, one level below the site of Grace, and through the couple of doors. Okay. I guess that's why I was thinking that it was on a balcony, because I had probably read that before, and I was just like, I can't remember physically where it was, but I think I remember reading that it was like on a balcony somewhere. That was kind of a bad dodge, but it's fine. We're fine. Just Zoidberg on out of here, and we're all good. Fell back to sleep, now meeting again, then more sleepy. Hey, at least you're getting your rest and you've got an appetite. That's the good part. You know, that's a good sign. You're feeling better. Slowly but surely, that's just how it is. Whoop, 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 whoop. Alright, let's see. I'm always like surprised by the range of these sometimes. I just expect them to not go that far. Then they do. Oh, Archer Boy is right there. Excuse me. Cover shooter time. Oh. Who needs cover? Get shit on, bitch. Sorry. Just love how there's like so many arrows over here. Sorry, let me catch up on chat real quick. Hard to blame them, they were clearly born last year. Well, that's true. Although if they were born last year, they don't belong in here and they should absolutely be banned because this is a stream for mature audiences. In which case, Dodo, if you didn't ban them, you can feel free to ban them. I at least saw that it said timeout, but I don't know if you actually did a proper ban or if it just was showing something different. Oh. I don't know why I didn't get hit by lightning there. It kind of went past me. I rolled that too early, so I'm surprised I didn't get hit. Asked why you didn't want to stream Elden Ring when we were going to do Baldur's Gate 3. I see. Yeah, I do recall the, like... Streamer, play more of this game. Play Elden Ring. There was like a separate person who also came in and said that. They were just like, hey streamer, play more of this game. Or it could have been like an alt account or something. Like right as I was like leaving, I think, or ending my stream and like maybe raiding somebody else. And I was like, I think it was like the day that I raided Marcus too. Alright, where the fuck is this shit? Extra Life's directions is, as always, fucking absolute dog shit. Learn how to write a guide, bitch. Okay, let's see. To the northwest, on a corpse 1 level below the site of grace, and through a couple doors. Fantastic guidance, really, just well done. Alternatively, head north from the lower capital church site of grace, climb down the small ladder, take a right, and go straight to find the pot on a corpse next to the door, guarded by a Landel knight. Ugh. So, are you saying that it's down here? Because I just straight up forget where it is. I could go up and grab the other grace a while, but... Game got a little bit laggy there for a second. Maybe I'm just blind. I don't know. I feel like I'm not seeing where this is supposed to be, like, showing up. Supposedly. According to what... Their directions are just fucking ass, is the problem. Admittedly, I should just know where this fucking thing is, but it's been long enough, and well, again, I didn't mark up Blandale anyway, so it's not like I memorized where all this shit was. But the site of grace is up there. We are effectively 1 level lower. What the fuck does through a couple of doors mean? A picture might help? I mean, it would, probably, but... This obviously shouldn't be the way. I'm just running up here so we can get the other grace. They don't mean up here, right? I know there's a item by this knight, but... It's just gravel stone. Zoidberg out. Alright, hold up one more second. Let me see. It's not in one of the perfumer rooms, is it? I mean, I don't think so. Again, I just kind of can't remember specifically where it is, and their instructions for it are really fucking garbage tier. They do show a map link, but honestly, map links are, well, usually unhelpful because most of their map links are very inaccurate anyway. I will just quickly look up a video so that I can refresh my memory. Cracked pot Lando. Sir, that is not Lando. Okay, there you go. Avenue balcony. He's running down. Yes, yes, we're aware of that. Okay, okay. So we're jumping over the railing and down into the sewers. Well, okay. The lower level. I guess it's probably in the room with the lightning. Yeah, okay. I remember now. I knew, like, as soon as I saw it, I would remember it, but... Yep, okay. I know exactly where to go. Just as I said. It's not hard to have competition with Fextra Life, to be honest, because they suck shit, so... Sorry. I woke up, feisty today, I guess. I mean, it's been a day already. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, but... Genuinely, though, their guidance for shit is terrible most of the time. Which is a good thing for me, I guess. Now, I am gonna have to, like, warp, though, so... But that's fine. We got the other grace. We could have gone down to the sewers, I suppose, before we did it, just so we'd have that one, too, but it's fine. So, yeah, what we need to do... Yeah, it's near the tree spirit, and we can jump over here, is what the one guy in the video did, just to make it, like, quick to get there, rather than going down to where the tree spirit specifically is. Quit blocking and attack me. Blink. There we go. Okay, we finally got our 20. Yippee! Maybe we'll kill that tree spirit later. What am I gonna want to do next anyway? We could quickly, like, run to the end of this shit, I suppose. Oh, he's not dead. Because rats are, you know, the favored enemy of Elden Ring. As with all FromSoft games, the most fair and balanced of all enemies to exist, ever. It's not gonna work. Oh, well, it kinda did. Extra poison, I guess I'm not gonna, like, scoff at, really. But we do have a big hand over here. Hands McGee. I love hitting them with fire. Okay, easy peasy. Doing those, all good. I feel like I'm playing a shooter game half the time with this playthrough, because like not only am I just like doing a bunch of ranged attacks, but I feel like every time I go to craft stuff like mid, you know, playthrough or whatever, I feel like I'm like reloading a gun in a weird way. Oops, that's not what I meant to throw, but well, it worked. Should be an ambush. All right, you're here. I love getting free fan daggers. They are 160 a pop, so always nice to get them for free. Okay, I probably should have maybe seen about going... No, we've gone both ends through there, so we've explored all of that. That's fine. Okay, so that's Avenue Balcony and the lower... Well, most of the lower shit done. We haven't done, like, the part that leads to the sewers. So I tell you what we'll do. We'll go that way really quick, just to have it done, and then I'll call it there. So I think that's probably good enough for today. Oh, he's shooting. Alright, obviously it's right down there. Let me look around for a minute first. Make sure I got everything that I wanted. What's over here? Yep, that's where we just were. Maybe it'll be fun to just kill the tree spirit really quick. So I tell you what we'll do. We'll come down, we'll get the grace, but since that's like kind of anticlimactic, we'll climb back up and then we'll fight the tree spirit. And that'll be it for today. Just to have something cool to end it on, I guess. There's like 1,000 ways to describe this place better than Fextra's explanation. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Putting a wiki together can be hard. I would give them a lot more respect if they did anything in a respectable way, though. But they're pretty scummy, so... What can I do? I'm gonna steal that explanation. It's great. How do I find your office? Just go through some doors and you will be there. Yep. Yeah, see, you want to go, like, down the highway to, you know, the lower levels, you know, of the streets of the city. You'll see the exit, you know, no problem, I'm sure. And then, once you get there, you're gonna be looking for, like, you know, a bunch of buildings that are, like, kind of flat-roofed and tall, sort of like skyscrapers, but, You know, once you find that, just go through like a few doors and, yeah, you'll find it. Also, that, like, terrible butchering of, like, a sort of, like, vague Brooklyn/Boston accent was not was not done specifically to make anyone using that accent sound dumb. It was more just a vague city accent. Scree? I thought it was shitty Elmer Fudd. Well, that tells me that it was an especially city shitty accent, because I was definitely not going for Elmer Fudd. Certainly not. Oh god, I'm out of volcanic stone. Shit. Well, I really wanted volcano pots for... I mean, I guess if we don't use what we have, we can probably still make this work. I just don't want to... Oh, I didn't need to craft those. Let me just run for the grace. Don't mind me, Omen. It's fine. I'm not... You don't see me. We have that, and then... I don't really want to rest, is the thing. So I'm not gonna. Well, that's not good. I should have rested. Never mind, it doesn't matter. But now I gotta get my fucking runes. I hoped maybe... I should have, like, thrown something against the wall past him so he'd turn around or some shit, but... My runes shouldn't be too far. Well, nope, they're right by the ladder. That's... God damn it. Sure, that got his attention over there for like 1 second. That's not how I wanted to accomplish that, though. I meant to throw a fucking... I meant to throw a... crystal dart over there, and I fucked it up. Alright, we're gonna go just down here and then jump out and then fight him. It's fine. We didn't really need to go backwards. Sir? Just in case I need them, I'll craft these. And sure, we'll craft some fire pots too. That's going to be more specifically for dealing with the man sitting directly in front of me, though. Alrighty. Whoa. Easy. Alright, we didn't even use all of our volcano pots. Now I have extra fire pots that I don't want. Fuck all y'all. This city. Burn it to the ground. That ought to do it. Alright, okay. Let's, I'm just gonna put myself over here so I can farm, later on if I get time. I should, because I'm gonna probably not stream tomorrow. I need to get some work done. In fact, I'm about finished on a website for a client, and I gotta get it done before we meet again next week, or at least the changes that, were requested. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely be trying to get some of that done tomorrow, and then probably maybe a little bit throughout the week. But yeah, so that'll do for today. I will definitely be doing some more streams in the week yet. I just don't know what days yet. But we shall see. Oh, you know what? Monotone is live. I never get to raid Monotone. Is he still just playing Elden Ring at the moment? I've got an ad, goddammit. I can't tell what he's doing. Okay, now I can tell what he's doing. It's fine. He seems to be in the game and playing, so yes, let's send him a raid. Shoot. It's major _ monotone, yes, okay. Make sure. Make doubly sure here. There we go. Alrighty, well, yeah, once again, y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very much, as always. I hope you've had a great day and continue to have a great day. Obviously, Kombucha, Dodo, both of you feel better. I hope that your days, weeks, etc. improve. I'm still having a great time with the Consumables only run. And yeah, I'll start to try to like figure out some sort of general plan past this point. If we're going to do all bosses, like just to figure out exactly how we want to tackle it. But yeah, expect some more Elden Ring here in the week to come. Maybe some other stuff too. We'll see. But yeah, in the meantime, y'all, take good care of yourselves. Have a great rest of your day / night. Have a good weekend, rest of your weekend. And I shall see you on the next one. All right. Say hey to Monotone for me. He's a good dude. All right. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.